Chapter 483. After the shopkeeper glanced at them outside, he slowly pushed the door open. However, he did not open it too much. It was only enough for one person to enter. How is this a reception? It's like opening the door for them to come in. I'm sorry, this is Shopkeeper Ye's shop. This shop has the most spirit herbs in Guangyin City. This shop has everything that other shops have, and everything that other shops don't have. This shop has it. Mo Shu said apologetically. Humph. Come in. The shopkeeper didn't seem happy when he heard Mo Shu's words. Instead, his voice was still cold. Under the guidance of Mo Shu, Yi Tianyan walked into the shop. Ren Liangqin and the others were confused as they didn't know why Yi Tianyan came to buy the soul-accumulating grass, especially after he heard that Yi Tianyan wanted to buy the soul-accumulating grass. They had all heard of the soul-accumulating grass. In fact, it was a good spirit herb that could strengthen the soul, but the effect was getting worse and worse. So why did Yi Tianyan care so much about it? After they entered the shop, they saw that it wasn't a dark house. The walls were inlaid with expensive jade stones, which could play the role of emitting light, making the house quite bright. Apart from that, there were all kinds of medicinal pellets placed around the walls, and they were arranged quite neatly. Ren Liangqin and the others were immediately shocked when they looked at the place. This is a 5th-grade medicinal pellet, spirit-severing pill. And that it's also a 5th-grade medicinal pellet. There are 5th-grade spirit herbs, 6th-grade rainflowers, and 6th-grade spirit herbs. My God, this place is really rich. I've never seen some of them before. They were shocked to see a lot of spirit herbs and medicinal pellets that couldn't be seen outside. But the highest grade was 6th grade. Maybe there were even higher grade ones, but they could only see a small part of them now. The shopkeeper came in and sat on a rocking chair. He poured himself a cup of tea and slowly tasted it. He didn't seem to be entertaining guests at all. Yi Tianyan carefully looked at Shopkeeper Yi, and the detailed information immediately appeared. Shopkeeper Yi, 2nd layer Spirit King stage, not wearing any equipment. Martial arts, Underworld Ghost Palm, Underworld Ghost Divine Art, Underworld Ghost Step, etc. Weaknesses, none. Overall battle power, 180 million normal state. Drops Underworld Ghost Palm, Underworld Ghost Divine Art, Underworld Ghost Steps, and other rare items. As expected of a Spirit King stage cultivator, his combat power was 180 million, and he could kill a Void Spirit stage cultivator with just a slap. There was a Spirit King stage cultivator in such a remote place. It was really mysterious. Looking at how many treasures there were here, without enough strength, it would be impossible to defend them. That's the Celestial Spirit Leaf. It's such a waste to use the Celestial Spirit Leaf to brew tea. Ren Liangqin gulped. It seemed like he had done a lot of research in this field. Yi Tianyan had also noticed this. The Heavenly Spirit Leaf was a level 4 spirit herb, but it was used to make tea. This level of wastage was truly outrageous. To a Spirit King, this was really nothing. Shopkeeper Yi, I brought you a customer this time. He wants soul-accumulating grass. You said before that if anyone wants soul-accumulating grass, they should bring it to you. Mo Shu rubbed his palms together and said respectfully to Shopkeeper Yi, Oh, someone wants soul-accumulating grass. Shopkeeper Yi slowly put down the teacup and looked at Yi Tianyan. Who wants soul-accumulating grass? That's me. Yi Tianyan stood up and said, Those who want soul-accumulating grass are usually cultivators who cultivate their soul. Are you a divine rune master? Shopkeeper Yi asked. I am a divine rune master. Is there a problem? Yi Tianyan said. Ren Liangqin and the others were startled. Yi Tianyan is a divine rune master? Wasn't he an alchemist before? Why is he a divine rune master? What rank? Shopkeeper Yi sat up. The eyes on his old face flickered a few times as if he wanted to see through him. Don't ask me what rank. Ask shopkeeper Yi what kind of divine rune you want to inscribe or what rank of divine rune you want to break. This is the main point. Yi Tianyin smiled faintly. Shopkeeper Yi squinted his eyes and said, "Kid, you seem very confident." "It's all right." Yi Tianyin smiled faintly. Shopkeeper Yi glanced at Mo Shu and said, "When did I tell others about this?" "This. About half a year ago." Mo Shu rubbed his hands and said, "It's already been half a year. I don't care about this anymore. You still remember this." Shopkeeper Yi got up and said, "I didn't want to go out at first, but now I have to take you out. That kid is helping me find someone to open the box, and he hasn't come back yet. I don't know what he's doing." "You're saying to find someone who needs the soul accumulating grass, just to find a divine pattern master to open that box?" Mo Shu asked in shock. "You can say yes, but you can also say no." Shopkeeper Yi didn't say much. He just put his hands behind his back and walked out with them. He didn't even bother to close the door. There were a lot of pills inside, but he didn't even close the door. Wasn't he afraid of being stolen? Ren Liangqin and the others were speechless. They didn't know that the old man in front of them was a Spirit King stage expert. Anyone who tried to break in and steal things would end up dead. Under the lead of Shopkeeper Yi, they came to the street. There was a long queue not far away from them. There were a lot of people waiting in line, but they didn't know what they were doing. When they got closer, they saw a young man sitting on the side. There was a small box in front of him. The box was covered with dense divine runes, which looked quite complicated. For a box to be covered by so many divine runes, people couldn't help but wonder what exactly was inside, for there to be so many divine runes sealing it. "I have 3 soul accumulating grass here. As long as you help me unlock the divine runes on the box, plus the 2 divine tools beside my disciple, you can have them." Shopkeeper Yi took out a bottle of pills and threw it to Mo Shu. "You still remember what I did half a year ago. This is your reward. I wanted to recruit some divine rune masters, but no one wanted the soul accumulating grass. It seems like no one knew the effect of the soul accumulating grass for a long time." Shopkeeper Yi shook his head and looked at Yi Tianyin. "What do you want the soul accumulating grass for?" "I want to refine the soul accumulating pill," Yi Tianyin said simply. Shopkeeper Yi shook his head. "What a waste. But as long as you can successfully open the box, I will give you what I said just now." Chapter 484. Yi Tianyin looked at the box full of divine runes. There are many divine runes engraved on it, but the grade is not high. At most, there are only 5th grade divine runes. But it is 5th grade divine runes. It is enough to stump everyone. Ding, successfully accepted side quest. Help Shopkeeper Yi open the treasure chest. Reward, 30 million EXP 100. 000 crazy points. Shopkeeper Ye's favorability increased by 100 points. Yi Tianyin didn't expect a temporary quest to appear at this time. Usually when there is a quest, it means that the person must be very important. But Yi Tianyin can see that this shopkeeper Yi is not simple. He opened a shop in such a remote place, and he doesn't even welcome customers. God knows what he wants to do. Failed again. A divine rune master jumped up angrily and pointed at the box. "This is only 5th grade divine rune? How is this possible? I feel that there is at least a divine rune grandmaster, and it is a very difficult one. If you can't open it, then let me do it. Don't waste time." The divine rune master behind frowned. The divine rune master in front of him dragged his feet for so long, it made him very impatient. "Fine, I'll let you do it." The divine rune master glared at the young man and said, "Kid, is this really a 5th grade divine rune?" "Of course it is. Is it really a 5th grade divine rune? Don't you have eyes to see? Even if it is not a 5th grade divine rune, just these 2 saint tools are enough to invite a divine rune grandmaster to help you, right? If you don't have the ability, then don't yell. Hurry up and let the next person do it. Don't waste my time." The young man had a blade of grass in his mouth. it is immediately seen that the grass in his mouth is not ordinary grass. It is jade spirit grass, a 4th grade spirit grass. It can be used to concoct a very good medicinal pill, but it is in his mouth just to taste a little sweetness. You little brat. The divine rune master was angry, but just when he was about to get angry, the young man's eyes became cold, and a cold light burst out from his eyes. The divine rune master's anger was extinguished like a bucket of cold water, and finally he can only turn around and leave. Tianyan looked at the young man. He is not very old, about 21 years old, but his cultivation is not low. He is at core transformation 7th level. For this age, it is simply a heaven defying existence. However, when he thought about how he had Shopkeeper Yi behind him and how many spirit pills he had no choice but to grow stronger. Why are there so many people today? Shopkeeper Yi arrived in front of the young man. This is what you want to do. The more people, the better. The more people, the better, the better. What you want to do, the better, the rune master. Done. Yi Man said, this is what you are going to do in the first place. The more people, the better. The most important thing is what you wanted to do just now. Don't cause trouble for me, understand? Shopkeeper Yi complained. I understand, master. The young man said helplessly. That's Shopkeeper Ye's disciple, Pu Rin. He seems to have been taken in by someone and is very pampered. But I've already brought my responsibility. Good luck. Mo Shu laughed, took the elixir and left, not at all polite. Originally, they relied on this to make a living, so they had to get some benefits. Otherwise, how could they live? Tianyan glanced at him and did not pay any attention to him. He could only follow the other cultivators to line up. After Shopkeeper Yi brought him here, he didn't care about anything else. He just stayed by the side and watched. One by one, the divine inscriptionists came over to try and break the divine inscription, yet not a single one succeeded. However, no one could tell whether he was happy or sad. He was as calm as ever. Tianyan guessed that Shopkeeper Yi had seen too many failures, so he didn't care anymore. Damn, this divine inscription is so difficult to break. I am a dignified divine inscription grandmaster. How can I not even break this? A divine inscription grandmaster looked at the box angrily. There were so many people watching, yet he couldn't break this divine inscription. Immediately, he looked angrily at Shopkeeper Yi and said, Can I smash this box? That's up to you. As long as you can smash this box, whether it's attacking or breaking the divine inscription, it's up to you. But if you want to attack this box, you have to think carefully. The divine inscription on it is not a joke. Shopkeeper Yi said indifferently, Why didn't you say so earlier? I don't believe that this divine inscription can be that strong. This sacred tool is mine. The divine inscription grandmaster took out a big sword and fiercely slashed at the box. He was a cultivator at the peak of the core transformation stage. This sword was quite powerful, and a huge sword light slashed down. Boom! When the sword light slashed at the box, a rebounding force fiercely bounced the divine inscription grandmaster away, and he was sent flying into a shop. Immediately after that, he crawled out of the shop, and under the impact of the rebounding force, he suffered serious injuries. What a strong rebounding force! I admit defeat. The divine inscription grandmaster coldly snorted, turned around, and walked away. If he continued to stay here, he would only lose face. The other people who wanted to break the box with brute force shrank their hearts. It seemed that this method was not going to work. They thought that they were not much stronger than the divine inscription grandmaster, but he was still sent flying like this. What else could they do? Let me try. A void spirit stage expert walked over, holding a huge iron hammer in his hand. It was actually a low-grade sacred tool. This strong man's whole body was bulging, and his muscles were exposed, looking quite domineering. After coming over, one by one, they stepped aside. Looking at this imposing manner, it was really possible that the box would be smashed, and the things inside would be smashed. I am not a divine inscription grandmaster. if I smash this box, does it count as opening it? The strong man said in a clear voice. I said, as long as you can open this box, I will give you the 2 sacred tools with both hands. Shopkeeper, you said in a deep voice. That's good. It's enough to hear you say that. There's nothing I can't smash. The strong man laughed loudly, raised the giant hammer, and fiercely smashed the box. The veins on his body bulged, and the metal attribute power in his body completely poured into the hammer, making the hammer shine with a dazzling light. It looked quite dazzling. Break for me! The burly man bellowed in rage and swung his hammer downwards. Boom! Following that, a figure was sent flying into the sky. A trail of blood could be seen spurting out from the impact. Obviously, this strong man failed, and it was a crushing defeat. The terrifying rebounding force caused him to be seriously injured. The sacred tool in his hand fell to the side and smashed a shop. But no one dared to take this sacred tool. It was a void spirit stage expert's sacred tool, and it will come back in a while. Continue. Shopkeeper, you looked indifferent, and signaled everyone to continue. Chapter 485. Shopkeeper, ye signaled everyone to continue smashing the box. As long as they could break the box, he would give them the reward. Although it was tempting, it was very difficult to break the box. Who would have thought that a 5th grade divine inscription grandmaster wouldn't be able to break it apart? But for a grandmaster to do so, it was truly an extremely rare occurrence. The Netherworld Empire's imperial teacher was a divine rune grandmaster in theory, but he was only a half-step divine rune grandmaster. The spirit race's old ancestor was a true divine rune grandmaster, but he was only a primary divine rune grandmaster. Therefore, it was very difficult to reach the level of a divine rune grandmaster. There were several divine rune grandmasters present, but none of them were divine rune grandmasters. As for those who wanted to break the box by force, even a void spirit stage cultivator couldn't do it. Tianyan shook his head when others thought that it would take a Spirit King stage cultivator to break the box. If a Spirit King stage cultivator could break the box, then Shopkeeper, you would have already done it. What is this box? Why is it so hard to open? Tianyan narrowed his eyes as he looked at the box. He didn't know what kind of treasure was inside. Boss, are you sure you can open this box? Yang Jiwen asked excitedly. There are 2 holy tools inside. If we can open it, we can get 2 holy tools. Tianyan smiled and said, It depends on the situation. If we don't check it carefully, we won't know what is inside. He didn't care about holy tools, but he was curious about what was inside the box. Could it be a divine tool? This was not impossible. It would be a waste if there wasn't a peerless treasure inside the box. After that, the divine rune masters started to break the box one by one. No one tried to break the box by force anymore. Even a void spirit stage cultivator was blown away by the force. Hence, they could only rely on divine inscriptionists to slowly decipher the divine inscriptions one by one. If they couldn't decipher the divine inscriptions one by one, then the next. Shopkeeper, Yi sat on the side and watched, while Pu Rin continued to lie on the side with grass in his mouth, feeling quite bored. Master, who can open this thing? If even you can't open it, who else can? Pu Rin said in a bored tone, We've been trying for a few months and no one has succeeded. Every day his job was to get people to open the boxes. It had been a few months and no one had succeeded. Be patient. There will always be someone who can open it. Shopkeeper, Yi said indifferently, The world is bigger than you can imagine. I'm just a small character. Shopkeeper, Yi was quite humble and didn't think that he was very powerful. I failed, damn chest. The divine inscriptionist furiously kicked the chest and turned to leave. Although he was reluctant to part with the saint artifact, he had no way to open the chest. There was no way for them to take it away. After failing one by one, it was finally Tianyan's turn. Many people looked at Tianyan and shook their heads. In any case, they were all failures. There was nothing to see. Just as he was about to check the box, an angry shout came from behind him. Move, move, Grandmaster Tianqing is here! At this moment, a group of people walked over from behind. There were a few young disciples in front, and they gestured for the others to move aside so that they could make a path. The road was so wide, and they still wanted people to move aside. This was putting on airs. Surrounded by the crowd, a middle-aged man slowly walked over. His expression was full of arrogance, as if he looked down on everyone. It's Grandmaster Tianqing. The most famous Grandmaster Tianqing in Wave Luck City is here. He must have heard about this box. That's right. After opening the box for so long, no one has been able to open it. At first, it attracted many divine rune masters, and now it attracted divine rune masters. In the end, even a grandmaster was attracted. This time, it will definitely be opened. If even a divine rune grandmaster can't open it, who can? All of them talked at once, feeling that they would definitely be able to open the box this time and end this shocking matter. A small box that no one could open. How could they not be shocked? Brat, move aside. Let my master go first. The young man in front arrogantly asked Yi Tianyin to move aside. Without a doubt, he was cutting the line. What did you say? Yang Jiwen and the others said angrily, We came first. If you want to open it, you have to line up first. Do you know who the person in front of you is? This is Grandmaster Tianqing, a divine rune grandmaster. And you want us to line up? You can't open this box at all. Only my master can open it. When the time comes, you don't even need to try. The young man said in a low voice. Grandmaster Tianqing's expression was filled with impatience. Making him line up was equivalent to wasting time. Give him something and send them away. Grandmaster Tianqing waved his hand. Yes, master. The young man immediately took out a bottle of pills and handed it to Yi Tianyin and the others. Count yourselves lucky. This is a good pill. Take it and go to the side. Consider it your compensation. Yi Tianyin frowned. Why would he want something like this? Grandmaster Tianqing's cultivation was only at the 3rd or 4th level of Void Spirit stage. He could kill him with one slap. Line up. At this time, a low voice came from the front. Everyone looked up and saw Shopkeeper Yi looking at them coldly. An incomparably terrifying aura pressed down on them. The young man and Grandmaster Tianqing were pushed back a few steps by this aura. And this was just the aura. This cultivation. Grandmaster Tianqing's eyes were filled with shock. He didn't expect there to be a super expert here. His face sank. He didn't expect to encounter such a situation, but he could only obediently line up. No need. Since you want to come first, I'll let you go first. Yi Tianyin made an inviting gesture. Boss. Yang Jiwen and the others were very unhappy. They obviously came first. Let them go first. I want to see if a divine rune grandmaster can open this box. Yi Tianyin said indifferently. At least you know what's good for you. The young man's face was pale, but seeing that Yi Tianyin was giving way, he hurriedly asked his master to open the box. Grandmaster Tianqing glanced at him, but didn't say anything. He walked to the front of the box and prepared to break the inscriptions on it. Shopkeeper Yi glanced at Yi Tianyin. Since Yi Tianyin was giving way, he didn't say anything. Grandmaster Tianqing stretched out his hand and placed it on the surface of the box, trying to find a way to break the inscriptions. Again and again he tried to break the inscriptions, but it all ended in failure. He thought that he would be able to break the inscriptions in an instant. Who knew that he would fail again and again? As time passed, Grandmaster Tianqing's face turned red. Under the gaze of so many people, he, a divine rune grandmaster, still failed, but he didn't choose to leave immediately. Instead, he continued to break the inscriptions again and again. He couldn't afford to lose this face. Yi Tianyin shook his head. Grandmaster Tianqing was actually just a half-baked grandmaster. How could he be considered a true grandmaster? He had long seen through Grandmaster Tianqing's plan. Chapter 486. Grandmaster Tianqing failed again and again, causing his face to turn as red as a pig's liver. It was clear that he had failed. No matter what he did, he couldn't open the chest. It meant that he was going to lose all his reputation and face here. He had thought that he would definitely be able to break it, but who knew that he would still fail? One must know that this was a 5th grade divine inscription. Even a Grandmaster of divine inscriptions had no way to break it. What situation was this exactly? More and more people noticed the situation, and they started to suspect that Grandmaster Tianqing was unable to break the divine imprints. It can't be, right? Even Grandmaster Tianqing can't break the runes on the chest? That shouldn't be possible, right? That's an evolved scholar we're talking about. How could a 5th grade divine inscription not be able to break it? Could it be that Grandmaster Azure is a fake? Or could it be that the runes on this chest aren't of the 5th grade? Even if it's not at rank 5, a Grandmaster should be able to open it. One by one, they shook their heads. Some felt that Grandmaster Tianqing was too weak, while others felt that the chest was too mysterious. However, no matter how mysterious it was, a Grandmaster should be able to open it, unless the divine pattern on the chest belonged to a Genesis divine pattern. This was clearly impossible. Genesis level divine patterns were simply too legendary. No one had ever seen them before. He hadn't even seen a creator level one yet. This level was simply too difficult to reach. Reaching the late stage of the divine inscriptionist realm was already extremely terrifying. What's wrong? You can't open it? If you can't open it, switch to the next one. Don't be stubborn. Shopkeeper, Yi looked at Grandmaster Tianqing with an indifferent expression, as if he had already expected that Grandmaster Tianqing would not be able to open it. Who said I can't open it? I need more time. Grandmaster Tianqing persisted, wanting to see more of this divine imprint. He truly didn't want to lose face. All right, I'll give you a bit more time. The more stubborn you are, the more embarrassed you will be. Shopkeeper Yi continued to drink his fragrant tea, completely ignoring him. Grandmaster Tianqing mustered all his strength and continued to destroy the barrier madly, but it was to no avail. He was still unable to break it. Yang Jiwen and the others immediately laughed. You were so arrogant just now, but you still can't open it now? Brat, what did you say just now? Your master will definitely succeed. What about now? Master will definitely succeed, but it will take some time. So many people have been unable to open it. Even Master has to spend a bit more effort. As long as we can break it, a bit more time is nothing. The young man stubbornly refused to admit defeat. Is that so? Then hurry up. It's getting dark. Don't delay our journey. Yang Jiwen and the others snorted coldly. They turned to look at Yi Tianyan and said, Boss, if we continue to stay here, won't it delay your journey? We'll wait for you here in Guangyin City. Don't worry, we have plenty of time. Of course, Yi Tianyan wasn't worried. He had already arrived at the Netherworld realm. Now that he had a mission to complete, why not? Moreover, he didn't have to wait too long. It would soon be his turn. Time passed quickly. 2 hours passed, but Grandmaster Tianqing was still unable to break the divine inscription. If this were to continue, it would seem that he would not be able to break it. Grandmaster Tianqing stood up and said in a low voice, This box is not an ordinary 5th grade divine inscription. So far, no one has been able to open it. Even if other Grandmasters come, they won't be able to open it easily. He could only admit that he couldn't open it. The crowd was in an uproar. Who would have thought that even a Grandmaster would be unable to break this divine inscription? It was too strange. Next, Shopkeeper Yi waved his hand, indicating for Grandmaster Tianqing to hurry up and go down. Humph! Grandmaster Tianqing waved his hand. As he turned around, he said coldly to the divine inscriptionists behind him, This is not something you can break. You need at least an existence close to the level of its creator to be able to open it. That's right. Even my master can't open it, so naturally you can't. Hurry up and leave. The young man waved his hand, indicating for the divine inscriptionist to hurry up and leave. Tianyin turned a deaf ear to him. He walked up to the box and prepared to study it. As he squatted down, he immediately activated his heaven's eye and began to examine every detail of the box. After a closer look, he found that there were almost no flaws. Although this was really a 5th grade divine inscription, it was so closely linked that it was like a dead knot. There was no way to unravel it. Originally, if it was listed separately, it would be full of flaws and could be easily broken. But under the interlocking, it actually made up for each other's flaws, causing the 5th grade divine inscription to be extremely complicated. But since it could be inscribed, there must be a way to break it. Interlocking, huh? Since that's the case, I'll break the balance and forcefully carve a hole in it. Tianyin took out the imperial spirit brush. He didn't have a high-grade divine inscription brush, so he could only use the one from before as a replacement. He was prepared to inscribe a divine inscription on the box. Brat, you won't listen no matter what I say. Do you think you can open it? The young man snorted disdainfully. He felt that Tianyin was overestimating himself and actually dared to challenge him. Grandmaster Tianqing waved his hand and said, "Some things they will only know after trying. There's always someone better out there. You talk too much. Just because you can't open it doesn't mean others can't. If you can't open it, then hurry up and leave. Don't block the way." Shopkeeper Yi looked at him coldly. "You." Grandmaster Tianqing looked at Shopkeeper Yi and said angrily, "I just don't want them to waste their time. If they can break this box, I'll walk upside down." "Quiet." Shopkeeper Yi snorted coldly, and a terrifying aura pressed down on Grandmaster Tianqing, forcing him to take a few steps back. This was the aura of a Spirit King stage cultivator, and he didn't dare to say a word anymore. Shopkeeper Yi stared at Tianyin, and everyone looked at Tianyin. They saw that Tianyin was inscribing a divine inscription on the box. Everyone was stunned. Everyone had only inscribed a divine inscription on the box, but none of them had inscribed a divine inscription on it. But even if he did inscribe a divine inscription, what was the point? Is he inscribing a divine inscription? Is he trying to be funny? Everyone else is here to break a divine inscription, but he is here to inscribe a divine inscription? Doesn't he know that it's impossible to inscribe a divine inscription on a divine inscription? Forget it. This kid has nothing better to do, so he came here to have a look. The divine inscription masters behind him laughed, including Grandmaster Tianqing. They all felt that this was the stupidest divine inscription master they had ever seen. Just when everyone thought that Tianyin was fooling around, a divine rune was engraved on the box with a ding sound. After the divine inscription was successfully inscribed, everyone was stunned, and before they could react, Tianyin slammed his hand on the box. Bang! The divine inscription that was inscribed on the box exploded, followed by a chain reaction of other divine inscriptions. In just a few breaths' time, all the divine inscriptions on the box were gone. Chapter 487. Just as everyone was discussing whether or not Tianyin was messing around, the divine sigil on the chest was suddenly broken by him. Everyone was stunned. Everything had happened too suddenly. All he had done was inscribe a divine sigil, then destroy it, and then the entire chest was destroyed. It was truly shocking. In the blink of an eye, the divine sigil had been destroyed. It didn't even take long. Other divine sigil masters had spent a long time trying to break the divine sigil. Some had even spent several hours trying without any results. Yet, in Tianyin's hands, he had succeeded in breaking it in less than 5 minutes. It wasn't difficult at all. In the hands of others, a divine sigil that was equivalent to a Genesis divine sigil was equivalent to a real 5th grade divine sigil in Tianyin's hands. He could easily destroy it. This terrifying speed left them dumbfounded. They hadn't even regained their senses What on earth had happened? How is this possible? He really broke it? Grandmaster Tianqing was stunned. This was undoubtedly a slap to his face. He had just said that if anyone could break the divine sigil on the chest, he would walk upside down in the future. It hadn't even been that long, and he was about to fulfill his promise. Ha ha ha, as expected of our boss. He opened it so quickly. Brat, who said we couldn't open it just now. Yang Jiwen and the others laughed loudly. In truth, they didn't have much confidence. When they saw Yi Tianyan really open the chest, they were only stunned for a moment before exclaiming in surprise. As expected of their boss, there was nothing he couldn't do. The young man's face turned the color of pig liver. He wanted to refute, but there was nothing he could say. The chest had really been opened. What else could he say? From this, it could be seen that the so-called grandmasters were all *T. It really broke? Shopkeeper Yi jumped up and floated to Yi Tianyun's side like a gust of wind. He took the chest and carefully examined the divine sigil on it. There really was nothing left. Not even a single divine sigil was left. What was left was a bare chest that could be easily opened. Shopkeeper Yi, you can check it carefully. Yi Tianyan signaled Shopkeeper Yi to check. Shopkeeper Yi opened the buckle on the box and slowly lifted it up. Then, a flame aura seeped out from the box. Just for a moment, Shopkeeper Yi immediately closed the box, making it impossible for others to see what was inside. Yi Tianyan didn't see it clearly either. It was just a small crack who could see it clearly. He believed that even Shopkeeper Yi couldn't see it clearly, but from the aura it emitted, he could clearly feel what it was. A very strong fire attribute treasure. The released flames were like a runaway horse, released in all directions. If it weren't for Shopkeeper Yi covering it quickly, it would have been released in all directions. However, just a trace of the flame aura was caught by him. Phoenix fire, a top-grade, earth-grade flame, capable of burning everything. Moreover, it can allow a phoenix to be reborn from the flames, a flame that unlocks the conditions for nirvana. The appraisal, I instantly analyzed the origin of this flame. He didn't expect it to be the phoenix fire. It was really shocking. Inside this small box, there was also the phoenix fire sealed. It should be a treasure that was closely related to the phoenix fire. Unfortunately, Shopkeeper Yi quickly closed the box, so Yi Tianyan couldn't see what it was at all. He only knew that it was an extremely amazing thing. Under such a sturdy box, if it was just an ordinary item, he would really be depressed to the point of vomiting blood. You can really open it. I really didn't misjudge you. Shopkeeper Yi felt a burst of excitement. His originally old face was a little more rosy. This was all because of his excitement. It seems like Shopkeeper Yi already knew that I could open it. Yi Tianyan himself didn't know that he could open it. He just thought of a way to try. Who knew that he could really open it? After all, so many divine pattern masters couldn't break it. Sometimes it wasn't because the divine pattern level was too low, but because the method was wrong. If the method was wrong, no matter how strong it would be useless. I just thought that you might be able to open it. You're the first cultivator that I can't see through out of so many people. Of course, it's mostly because of my intuition. Shopkeeper Yi was very happy. He pointed at the 2 divine tools and said, "These divine tools are all yours. Follow me to the shop, and I'll give you the soul accumulating grass." "Thank you very much." Yi Tianyan smiled, picked up the 2 divine tools, and put them away. Pu Rin, who was at the side, looked up and down at Yi Tianyan. He was very curious about him. He looked about the same age as him. How could he open this box? Could he be an old monster? Pu Rin was very curious. Shortly after, Shopkeeper Yi led his people back. When Yi Tianyan followed, Grandmaster Tianqing stopped him and asked, "How did you do it?" "How could I do it? Didn't you see what I did just now?" Yi Tianyan said calmly, "Oh, right, don't forget your promise. Remember to walk backwards in the future." Sometimes one shouldn't say such things casually. It would only embarrass oneself. "You Brett, do you know who I am?" Grandmaster Tianqing was furious. He was prepared to use his status to pressure Su Ke again. "Scram!" Shopkeeper, Yi looked at him coldly. It was bad enough that he couldn't open the box, but he was still looking for trouble. This made him very unhappy. Grandmaster Tianqing was speechless. He was very unhappy, but because of Shopkeeper Ye's strength, he could only suppress his anger and turn to leave. However, he wouldn't really walk backwards. It would be too embarrassing. He quickly left with a dark expression. The surrounding cultivators were pointing and gossiping. This matter would soon spread, and many people would know that Grandmaster Tianqing had lost to a nameless brat. Yi Tianyin and the others followed Shopkeeper Yi back to the shop. There was no difference between entering and leaving the shop. No one would dare to come in and steal anything. As soon as they entered the shop, Yi Tianyin threw 2 holy tools to Ren Liangqin and the others and said, "Take these 2 holy tools, they will help you a little." This. Boss, you don't need them? Ren Liangqin and the others were stunned. They didn't expect that Yi Tianyin would give away 2 holy tools just like that. When Shopkeeper Yi saw this, he revealed a surprised look in his eyes. Although a low-grade saint artifact wasn't something precious to him, it was still a good thing. At the very least, it was something that cultivators with low cultivation could only dream of. But now, Yi Tianyin just threw them to Ren Liangqin and the others. It was either he really valued them or he didn't like them. "Friend, may I know your name?" Shopkeeper Yi asked Yi Tianyin's name to prove that he recognized Yi Tianyin. It was very rare to get the recognition of a Spirit King stage cultivator. Yi Tianyin. Yi Tianyin directly said his real name. Anyway, no one here knows his real name, so he just said it casually. Yi Tianyin. Yi Tianyin. "Very good. I will remember you. You have helped me a lot this time. For so many years, no one has been able to help me break this divine rune." Shopkeeper Yi said gratefully, "For this, I will give you another thing." Chapter 488. Shopkeeper Yi was in a very good mood. That was why he was so excited and wanted to give Yi Tianyin more rewards. Originally, 2 divine tools and the soul accumulating grass were already very generous. Who knew that there would be other rewards? Although many people couldn't open this box, everyone could see that it wasn't difficult to open it if they knew how to do it. 2 sacred artifacts and the like were already very satisfactory rewards. Since Shopkeeper Yi had chosen to give them as gifts, Yi Tianyin wouldn't refuse anything. He would take as much as he wanted. Shopkeeper Yi didn't take out any pills. He took out a piece of paper from his storage ring and quickly wrote something on it. A pill recipe appeared in his hand, and he passed it to Yi Tianyin. "This is the soul accumulating pill, a pill recipe that can truly unleash the effects of the soul accumulating grass to the extreme. I thought you would know how to concoct the soul accumulating pill, but it turns out that you only know how to concoct the soul accumulating pill." Soul accumulating pill. Yi Tianyin took the pill recipe and found that it was completely different from the soul accumulating pill. There were a few more spirit herbs in it, but he wasn't very sure about the effects. However, Shopkeeper Yi had said that the pill that could unleash the full effects of the soul accumulating grass wasn't the soul accumulating pill, but the soul accumulating pill. Yes, the effects are at least twice as strong as the soul accumulating pill. This pill recipe is very rare. I got it from a divine runestone grandmaster. He's a very strong divine rune grandmaster, much stronger than that grandmaster just now. Shopkeeper Yi snorted coldly. He was very unhappy with Grandmaster Tianqing. "It's a pity that I don't know where he went. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to open this box, and I wouldn't have to waste so much energy here." Shopkeeper Yi laughed. "But since you're fated, I'll give you this pill recipe. It'll be very helpful to your cultivation of divine runes. I believe that in the future, you will definitely become a grandmaster of divine inscriptions." Shopkeeper, you didn't think that Tianyin had reached the pinnacle of the divine inscriptionist realm. That move of his earlier didn't require too much skill. Hence, he didn't think that Tianyin's level of attainment was particularly high. Any higher, and he would at most be at the level of a divine inscriptionist. Hence, Shopkeeper Yi decided to encourage him. Shopkeeper Yi wasn't a divine inscriptionist, so he couldn't tell what was going on earlier. What they didn't know was that Tianyin's strength was truly at the level of a grandmaster in divine inscriptions. If not, there would be no way for him to inscribe the divine inscriptions. The difficulty was simply too high. Tianyin didn't refute anything. He didn't care what Shopkeeper Yi thought. Successfully completed side quest. Help Shopkeeper Yi open treasure chest. Reward: 30 million EXP 100. 000 crazy points. Shopkeeper Ye's favorability increased by 100 points. Easy to get a lot of EXP and a lot of crazy point. This kind of task is the more the better. There are other rewards outside. Tianyin likes this kind of task the most. Thank you for your kind words. Compared to this, I need more soul accumulating grass. I wonder how many Shopkeeper Yi has? No matter how many, just give me a price. I can buy it with money. Tianyin smiled. What could be more important than soul accumulating grass? Saint tools and other things were not important to him. What he needed was a lot of EXP. Weapons and the like were just external objects. His own cultivation was always the foundation. It seems that you value soul accumulating grass very much. Soul accumulating grass isn't that high in grade, but it's extremely rare. I don't have more, even if you want it. I only have 3 here, I don't have more. Shopkeeper Yi shook his head and said, in terms of rarity, soul accumulating grass is comparable to a 6th grade spirit herb, but its effect is far less than a 6th grade spirit herb. It's too difficult for you to get more of it. Okay, Tianyin was very helpless. He wanted a lot of soul accumulating grass, but it seemed that he couldn't satisfy him at the moment. Immediately, Shopkeeper Yi took out 3 soul accumulating grass and some spirit herbs and handed them to Tianyin and said, this is soul accumulating grass plus some spirit herbs. You can refine 3 portions of soul accumulating pill. You can find a good alchemist to help you refine it. I can refine it for you, but I'm not free at the moment. If you're not in a hurry, you can come back to me in a few months. I can refine it for you for free. That's not necessary. I can handle it myself. Thank you, Shopkeeper Yi, for the pill. Tianyin thanked him. Everyone takes what they need, it's normal. Shopkeeper Yi smiled. I'm busy right now. If you have anything you want, tell my disciple and I will sell it to you at a good price. That's not necessary for now. We'll be leaving first. Tianyin didn't care about the other spirit herbs at all. Since he was done with his business, it was time to leave. That's fine. You can come visit when you have time. Shopkeeper Ye's attitude towards him changed drastically. To him, this helped him a lot. Of course, he was happy. After Tianyin left, Pu Ren looked at the box and asked, Master, inside this box. After being outside for so many years, we finally opened this box. This means we can go back. Shopkeeper Ye's eyes flashed. Pack up, we'll go back after a while. Finally, we can go back? Pu Ren's eyes lit up. I thought it would take a few decades before we can go back. No need. The elder gave me this order. We can go back after I complete it. I don't know what's going on in the clan now. No one came to pick us up for a long time. Shopkeeper Yi frowned. Did something bad happen? How is that possible? Who can hurt us? Pu Ren's eyes were cold, and there was a fire in them. After Tianyin and the others left, Ren Liangqin and the others stayed in Guanyin City. Maybe they could go out for a walk, but they could just stay here as a meeting point. I'll come back after a while, but I don't know how long I'll be back. Anyway, I'll come back after I finish my business, Tianyin said. Okay, we'll wait here for boss to come back. The 3 of them nodded, indicating that they didn't plan to go anywhere. They just needed to cultivate and break through here. After a bit of closed-door training, Tianyin might come back. After explaining, Yi Tianyin quickly flew out and began to fly in the direction of the phoenix nest. But before he went, he found a cave and flew in and began to refine the divine accumulation pill. He wanted to see how terrifying the effect of the divine accumulation pill was. Maybe it could help him level up immediately. Hurry up and try refining it, Yi Tianyin took out the soul accumulation grass and began to refine the divine accumulation pill. At first, he aimed for the 4th refinement, but the success rate was only 80%. One had to know that refining the soul accumulation pill, the 4th refinement was already 100% success rate, and the 5th refinement was close to 80%, but the 4th refinement was only 80%. Chapter 489. It was beyond his expectations that the 5th refinement level would drop so low. His immortal flame had been upgraded before, and its level had increased greatly. Facing the divine accumulation pill, his 5th refinement level had dropped like a cliff. It had dropped to 20% in an instant. It was terrifying. The divine accumulation pill is just a 4th grade pill. It is no different from the soul accumulation pill, but the difficulty has increased so much. Yi Tianyin was taken aback. He did not expect the difficulty to increase so much when refining a pill of the same level. Just as shopkeeper Yi had said, the divine accumulation pill could bring out the full potential of the soul accumulation grass. It was just that the difficulty had increased greatly. This situation was not unheard of, but it was common. Many pill recipes were of the same grade, but the difference in difficulty was like heaven and earth. This was just like the difference between a divine rune grandmaster and a divine rune grandmaster was like heaven and earth. Forget it, I'll just go for the 4th refinement. The 5th refinement is too difficult. Even if he activated the lucky halo, he would only have a 50% success rate. That was because the lucky halo could only provide so much success rate. Unless he continued to level up, there was a possibility of increasing the success rate. After deciding, he immediately started refining. Because the success rate was not low, and with the help of the alchemy furnace, the success rate increased again. He was not afraid of failure. Ding! Successfully refined the divine accumulation pill. Obtained 500,000 experience points, 1,000 proficiency points. He had easily refined them without any difficulty. For someone of his level, refining these pills was not a problem at all. So this is the divine accumulation pill. The effects are completely different. Yi Tianyin looked at the pearl-like pill in his hand. The rich fragrance wafted into his nose. It was quite tempting. Activate Crazy Pill Effect Mode. After activating it, even the Experience Pill would have twice the effect. Previously, it was limited to recovery pills, but after the upgrade, even the Experience Pill could have this effect. Let me see how much experience it is. Yi Tianyin swallowed the pill with anticipation, and just as he swallowed it, he heard a pleasant voice in his ear. Ding! Successfully obtained 100 million experience points. Yi Tianyin was stunned. 100 million experience points. What a terrifying number. This meant that even if he didn't use the crazy elixir mode, he would still have 50 million experience points. It must be known that under the 4th refinement mode, the maximum he could get was 15 million. This meant that it had tripled. Even under the condition of the 5th refinement, it had almost doubled. This effect was really too shocking. Sure enough, the effects of the soul accumulating grass had been maximized. It was shocking to gain so much experience in one go. At this time, Yenner suddenly jumped out of the pet pen and grabbed one of the pills. She stuffed it into her mouth and swallowed it. She then looked at Yi Tianyin angrily and said, "Daddy, why didn't you call me out when there was good food?" When Yi Tianyin saw jump out, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect her to jump out at this time. Sure enough, when there was no one around, she would automatically run out, especially when she saw delicious food. This. Yi Tianyin hastily stuffed the divine accumulation pill into his mouth and obtained another 100 million experience points. He could let Yen-Er eat any other pill, but he couldn't let her eat the accumulating soul pill. After all, this was an experience pill, a necessity for him to level up. "Daddy, I want to eat more." Yen-Er was fuming. She had stayed in the pet space for too long. Naturally, she felt very angry, especially when she was secretly eating. "I'll give it to you. Promise me that you won't fight with me for these pills, okay?" Tianyin tried to persuade Tianyin. "No problem. Who told you to keep me inside? I always wanted to come out, but who knew that you were secretly eating delicious food outside?" Yen-Er angrily said, "Cough, cough. I will give you other pills now. Eat slowly, okay?" Tianyin took out a few bottles of good pills. They were all very suitable for Yen-Er to consume. After Yen-Er received them, her eyes lit up and she crazily ate them as if she was eating jelly beans. If an ordinary cultivator took care of Yen-Er, they definitely wouldn't be able to raise her. Eating pills like jelly beans, who could afford to raise her? When Tianyin saw that Yen-Er had stabilized, he heaved a sigh of relief. He then continued to refine pills. His goal was naturally still to refine pills of the 4th refinement. The difficulty of refining the 5th refinement was too high. When his level increased, he would consider refining the 5th refinement. Soon, the remaining 2 furnaces of divine accumulation pills were finished, adding up to a total of 6 divine accumulation pills. It represented 600 million experience points. "Daddy, this is more fragrant." Yen-Er looked at Tianyin, and her saliva almost flowed out. She didn't eat the pills, but she felt that the pills were very fragrant. The higher the grade, the stronger the fragrance. "Cough, cough. I can't let you eat this for now. Be good, listen to me. Just eat those pills. I will give you better pills later." Tianyin comforted her. "Okay, I will keep my promise." Yen-Er stopped looking at Tianyin. Tianyin quickly stuffed the pills into his mouth. Soon, the 6 pills were digested and turned into 600 million experience points. It was definitely a huge amount. Ding! Congratulations to player Tianyin for successfully breaking through to the 6th level of Void Spirit stage. In such a short period of time, Tianyin broke through to the 6th level of Void Spirit stage easily. It was a pity that the amount of soul accumulation grass was too little. As shopkeeper Yi said, its rarity was comparable to a 6th level spiritual medicine. If there was a large amount of it, it would probably explode in a short period of time. The next level requires 800 million experience points. This is too much. Tianyin shook his head when he saw the amount of experience points needed. It was really difficult to level up. Even the soul accumulation pill required a lot of them to level up. Now that it became a soul accumulation pill, it required 8 pills to level up. It's about time. Yen-Er, let's go. I will bring you home. Tianyin dragged Yen-Er out of the cave. Go home? Yen-Er asked doubtfully. Yes, go home. You will know when the time comes. Tianyin smiled and flew out of the cave with her. They flew towards the phoenix nest at the fastest speed. I wonder what the situation is like in the phoenix nest now. Under the guidance of his soul, he got closer and closer to the phoenix nest. After passing through several areas, a fiery red forest came into view. Looking carefully, he found that it was filled with fire parasol trees. Fire parasol trees were the phoenix's favorite resting place. Coupled with the strong guidance of his soul, it was obvious that he had arrived at the phoenix nest area. Looking up, other than the fire parasol trees, there were still more fire parasol trees. Obviously, a big formation was set up to hide the phoenix nest. Chapter 490. Looking at the endless fire parasol tree, Tianyin quickly flew down with Yen-Er. Just as they landed, Yen-Er looked around, her beautiful eyes revealing some doubts. Daddy, I feel so familiar here. I feel so at ease. Yen-Er immediately felt a sense of familiarity. Regardless of whether she had been here before, The main thing was that the environment here was very suitable for her to live in, which was why she had this feeling. Yes, this is your home, but it's a bit troublesome to find, Itianyan glanced around. This place was quite hidden, and the person who set up the formation was definitely a powerful person, so it was not easy to see through it. In order to find some clues, he opened his heavenly eye and took a panoramic view of the environment. He found that the surrounding fire parasol trees had small divine patterns carved on them. The carvings were quite hidden, just inside the fire parasol trees. From the outside, it was impossible to see them clearly. Of course, this was not the main point. So many divine patterns did not have any offensive effect, nor did they have any illusion effect. They were mainly used to detect intruders. This meant that when Itianyan came in, he would be detected immediately, and the information would be passed to the phoenix nest, so that people would notice the situation here. Itianyan did not care about these things. He held Yen's little hand and strode inside. He was not worried about being discovered at all, or rather, it should be said that he was worried about being discovered. He did not intend to break through the formation by force. He just wanted to wait for someone to come out and guide him in, which would undoubtedly be much more convenient. If he forced his way in, the other party would not praise him, and it was very likely to cause anger, so it was best to wait for someone to come out and help him. Immediately after, he walked in with but along the way, no one came out to stop him. Nothing happened at all. This made him feel very strange. Logically speaking, someone should have come to help him very soon. They were considered intruders, so shouldn't there be a guard? Unexpectedly along the way, nothing happened, not even a shadow was seen. As he continued to go deeper, he quickly sensed that there were people in front of him. The next moment, his eyes turned cold, and he quickly kept in the pet space. Then his body leaned to the side, sticking to the tree trunk. In the blink of an eye, he concealed his body and merged with the tree trunk. Concealment skills were very useful. As long as one's cultivation was high enough, they would be able to display a very good effect. As soon as he hid himself, two figures appeared in front of him. Their cultivation levels were not high. They were only at level 6 or level 7 of the core formation stage. Both of them were wearing black clothes with the word dark embroidered on them. Strange, I felt someone was here just now. How come they disappeared in a blink of an eye? One of the core transformation stage cultivators asked, "Did you sense wrongly?" "I didn't sense anything." Another core transformation stage cultivator said, "Could it be that I sensed wrongly?" The cultivator looked around. When he really couldn't see anyone, he could only give up. It doesn't matter if he has people or not. We're all here to do business. The results of the negotiation are coming out soon. The Phoenix race won't agree at all. The Phoenix race really doesn't know what's good for them. The situation is so dangerous now, but they still refuse to let us help them. The arrogance of the Phoenix clan is well known. It would be perfect if they could pledge allegiance to our heavenly netherworld divine nation. They chatted as they left, returning to the side area. Itianyan, who was hiding on the side, frowned. In order to let the Phoenix race find him, he didn't hide his aura. He didn't expect that he would attract the attention of the people from the heavenly netherworld divine nation. Seeing that they weren't from the Phoenix race, he immediately hid himself. Especially when he saw the word dark, he felt a bit disgusted. Because he thought of Ming-Chin. He wondered if Ming-Chin was an expert from the heavenly netherworld divine nation. I don't know why there are so many cultivators here. Could it be that they want to occupy the Phoenix nest? Itianyan walked closer and closer to the Phoenix nest. He found that there were a lot of cultivators in front of him. The strongest cultivator was at the void spirit stage, and the weakest cultivator was at the core transformation stage. There were at least 20 to 30 cultivators here, and all of them were at the core transformation stage or above. Among them, there were at least 4 or 5 void spirit stage experts. This was a shocking lineup. However, They all obediently stayed here and did not have any intention of attacking the phoenix nest. In front of them, there were 4 guards of the phoenix race. They all had the distinctive features of the phoenix race, phoenix feathers. They were also at the core transformation stage, and one of them was at the void spirit stage. Judging from their imposing manner, it could be said that they were overwhelming. The middle-aged man, who was the leader of the guards, was at the void spirit stage. There was a passage behind him, and it should lead to the inside of the phoenix nest. However, these people could only stay outside, and they didn't dare to step into the passage. The power of the phoenix race was not something that could be easily provoked. It seemed that these cultivators didn't come here to cause trouble. They must be here to negotiate something. No wonder no one came to stop me. It turns out that they have something to do. Itianyan didn't go out. He just hid on the side and observed the situation. He didn't dare to go out as these people were here. After staying here for a long time, he finally heard a little movement inside the passage. A few figures came out and discussed with each other along the way. Elder Luo, I hope you can think about it carefully. I believe that except for us, there is absolutely no one who can solve this problem. A familiar voice came from inside, which made Itianyan frown. He felt that the voice was very familiar, and he wondered if he heard it wrong. Soon, the figure came into view. It was a handsome man. He had never seen his face before, but the voice was very familiar. It was Ming Qin. Ming Qin, 6th layer Spirit King stage, wearing the divine armor of the Netherworld. The Netherworld fire surges around his body. Martial arts, Netherworld divine palm, Netherworld divine art, Netherworld dragon possession, etc. Weakness, extreme fire. Combat power, 320 million normal state. Kill him and you will get rewards. Ming Qin. Itianyan's eyes turned cold. He didn't expect to meet an acquaintance here. Sure enough, the heavenly Netherworld divine nation was the force that Ming Qin belonged to. Thinking of what Ming Qin said, Itianyan's eyes turned cold and killing intent surged in his heart. Ming Qin looked at Itianyan and quickly waved his hand. A Netherworld cold light pierced through Itianyan's body. However, Itianyan's reaction speed was faster than Ming Qin. He quickly dodged to the side and completely concealed his aura. Following that, the nether cold light penetrated through a dozen fire parasol trees and exploded at the side of a distant fire parasol tree. With a bang, a large area of fire parasol tree was burned and turned into ashes. Chapter 491. Lord Ming, what do you mean by this? Elder Luo, who was next to him, looked angry. He suddenly attacked that side, and it was an attack in his own territory, which immediately caused his anger. It's okay. I suddenly felt that someone was trying to kill me, so I couldn't help but attack. I don't know if I was hit or not. Please don't mind. Ming Qin smiled indifferently. Everything was so casual, and he didn't put Elder Luo in his eyes. Killing intent. Elder Luo's face darkened. He looked at the place where Ming Qin attacked, but didn't say anything. In any case, Elder Luo, please think about it carefully. We don't care, but you are different. Ming Qin smiled and waved his hand. Let's go. Then he sat on the dragon carriage that had been prepared for him. In front of the carriage was a core transformation stage dragon. The dragon carriage was luxuriously decorated, which was a symbol of his status. Accompanied by a dragon's roar, the dragon carriage flew up into the sky. The other cultivators could only fly beside it. According to the flying speed of the dragon, it was much slower than Ming Qin, but this was a symbol of his status. That's strange. That killing intent disappeared so quickly. Is his concealment technique that strong? Who on earth is it that wants to kill me? Is it the Phoenix clan? Ming Qin frowned, and a bit of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Forget it. There are many people who want to kill me. The Phoenix clan is really ignorant. I want to see how long you can last. And that kid, after I finish my business here, I will definitely go to the Phoenix clan in person. He broke the rules and went to the Phoenix clan. He seemed to recall the pain of having his soul crushed. He waved his hand and released an attack in all directions. It didn't land on his own people. Instead, it landed on the ground and exploded. The cultivators who happened to pass by were all blown away by this attack. The casualties were unknown. The surrounding guards were not surprised. As long as the attack didn't hit them, the rest had nothing to do with them. After Ming Chen left, Elder Luo frowned and said coldly, I don't believe that there is no one who can help us solve this problem except for the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom. Elder Luo, did you reach an agreement? The guard next to him asked. No, the price of the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom is too high. They asked for 5 phoenix eggs and 20 drops of phoenix blood essence. When Elder Luo talked about this matter, she felt very angry. No one could accept this price. 5 phoenix eggs and 20 drops of royal blood essence. Isn't this asking price too high? It's like he wants to eat us. The guard was furious. This greatly exceeded their bottom line of expectations. 5 phoenix eggs was equivalent to giving away 5 phoenixes to the outside world. Just this point alone could not be negotiated. Elder Luo stretched out his hand and signaled them not to speak. He stared at the direction not far away, and soon a figure came out from inside. It was Yi Tianyin. He didn't hide this time. If he wanted to enter the Phoenix clan, he would have to enter from here. There were a lot of strong cultivators in the Phoenix nest, and if he barged in, he would be courting death. Elder Luo was already at the 7th layer Spirit King stage. As expected of a Divine Nations faction, having a Spirit King stage powerhouse was absolutely a common occurrence. Although they weren't everywhere, at least they weren't rare. Chin, you are quite courageous. Just now, it was you who wanted to kill Ming Chen, right? Elder Luo looked at him from head to toe. He didn't show any hostility towards Ming Chen. There was no doubt that he hated the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom. Elder Luo didn't like the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom either. Yes, Yi Tianyin nodded and didn't deny it. He was the only one in this area, so he couldn't deny it even if he wanted to. May I know what you are doing here? Elder Luo looked at him and said indifferently, Although you want to kill Ming Chen and hate the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom, you should know that the Phoenix clan has never welcomed human cultivators, right? Elder Luo's words were equivalent to an expulsion order. If it weren't for the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom, the guard would have already kicked him out and killed him. Humans often came to rob the Phoenix clan's various resources. I know this, but I was asked to bring your people back. Yi Tianyin said solemnly, Bring our people back. Elder Luo's eyes narrowed. Immediately, Yi Tianyin didn't give too much explanation. He waved his hand and Yen-Er appeared in front of them. As soon as she came out, Yen-Er grabbed Yi Tianyin's arm tightly and stared at them, not daring to approach them. She wasn't so lively when she saw strangers, and she wouldn't run out of the pet space at will. This is your people. Her mother asked me to bring her back before her soul dissipated. Yi Tianyin said, This. Elder Luo looked at Yen-Er and was stunned. After carefully looking at her up and down for a moment, her eyes turned red. Too similar. Is she Luo Huang's child? Too similar. He walked over and wanted to pick up Yen-Er quickly hid behind Yi Tianyin and shouted, Who are you? My father is very powerful. Father? Elder Luo looked at Yi Tianyin and said, Your father is not him, although he is already. Yi Tianyin was embarrassed. He was sure that he was not her father, but he couldn't help it. I'm sorry, I've been taking care of her. So she thinks of me as her father. Yi Tianyin said awkwardly, It's okay. Please come in. You don't have to stay here. Elder Luo gestured to Yi Tianyin to hurry in. His attitude suddenly changed. He immediately looked at Yen-Er and said, I am your grandfather, not a bad person, Yen stared at him with her beautiful eyes and asked curiously, "Grandfather? I don't know you." Elder Luo was embarrassed. He looked up at Yi Tianyin and said, "You're too young. If you're older, you should be able to remember something." They all had corresponding inherited memories, so there was no need to worry about this situation. So not long after they were born, they knew some martial arts. Yen knew some martial arts now, but she didn't have the opportunity to use it. "I understand. It's just that I was entrusted with a task, so I brought it back." As soon as he said that, a light fell from the sky and lifted the oath he made. At the same time, a voice sounded in his ear. "Ding! Successfully completed side quest. Send little fire phoenix back to Phoenix Nest. Fulfill Phoenix's wish. Reward 200 million EXP, 1 million crazy point, 300 prestige point, 100 Phoenix clan favorability. Successfully accepted side quest. Help Phoenix clan solve their problem. Reward 100 million EXP, 500, 000 crazy points, 100 Phoenix clan favorability." Chapter 492. This light, of course, was not the light of completing the task, but the light of completing the oath. Elder Luo's eyes lit up. "It was really an oath to send her here. It seems that you also made an oath?" Elder Luo was surprised. "Yes, at that time Yen-er's mother did not believe me, so I could only make an oath." Yi Tianyin shrugged helplessly. This is indeed a bit of a contradiction with the human race. Elder Luo was a little embarrassed and immediately looked at Yen and said, "You called her Yenna?" "Yes, her mother called her Yenner. As for her real name, I don't know." Yi Tianyin smiled lightly. "Yen-er?" Elder Luo's eyes lit up and immediately asked, "Can you tell me the details?" Yi Tianyin nodded and told the general story. After listening to it, Elder Luo's expression was angry. "It turned out to be hiding in the mortal world. No wonder I couldn't find her at that time. What happened? How could this happen?" Yi Tianyin did not know the reason, but he knew that if she was not being chased, this would not have happened. The vitality of the phoenix was extremely tenacious. As long as it was not an absolutely fatal injury, it would definitely be able to survive. But she died like this, which meant that she had suffered a cruel attack. This is not clear at that time, Huang. I went to look for elixirs, then disappeared, and we couldn't find her. Elder Luo's face was full of regret. If only I didn't let her walk around at that time, then this would not have happened. A deep sense of self-blame welled up in his heart, and his eyes turned red. He had originally thought that he was still alive, but he was just staying in some place to live. Now, the sudden change had caused him to suffer an even greater blow. In an instant, Elder Luo's expression became a little older, and he could not even walk steadily. His body swayed a few times. Elder Luo, the guard next to him, hurriedly wanted to support him. "I'm fine." Elder Luo sighed deeply, looking at Yen. His heart did not know what to feel. "Grandpa, are you okay?" Yenner poked her head out from Yi Tianyin's side at this time, and couldn't help but ask. Her eyes were also full of worry. Although she didn't have any memories, the feeling of being connected by blood made her feel a little sad. "Child, I'm fine." Elder Luo smiled gently, but her eyes were still full of sadness. She immediately looked up at Yi Tianyin and said, "It seems that Yenner only wants to follow you. I'll arrange for you to stay first. Since you brought Yenner back, you're our guest. We have to treat you well." Elder Luo gestured to the guard next to her. "Take them to Qing'er residence and arrange for them to stay there." "Elegant residence, isn't that?" Just as the guard was about to say something, Elder Luo glared at him and nodded obediently. "Okay, I'll take them there." "Have a good rest. You must be tired from the journey. I'll come and find you after I'm done here." Elder Luo finally looked at Yenner. Although he was very happy to see Yenner did not follow him, so he could only give up for the time being. Plus, there were a lot of things to do now. Family matters could only be put aside for the time being. "This way, please." The guard's attitude was very polite. As long as they could help the Phoenix clan, they would be especially grateful. Under the guidance of the guard, many people from the Phoenix clan looked at them with surprise. They looked at Tianyin and Yen next to him. How could a human come in here? The key was that Yen was too unfamiliar. They had never seen her before. There were not many people from the Phoenix clan, and with their strong cultivation, let alone 1,000 people, even if there were 100,000 people, they could easily remember them. A strong cultivation meant a strong memory. Otherwise, how could they comprehend so many things? The Phoenix clan looked at him, and Tianyin also looked around. There were fire parasol trees everywhere, and even the houses were mainly made of wood from the fire parasol trees. It looked very beautiful and fiery red. Similarly, the spiritual energy here was rich, and it was mainly filled with fire attribute spiritual energy. Under normal circumstances, spiritual energy without attributes could be absorbed by any type of physique. Now that it was filled with fire attribute spiritual energy, it meant that the physique of the fire attribute was strengthened. This was the territory of the Phoenix clan, and it was definitely filled with fire attribute spiritual energy. It was an excellent cultivation environment for them. If the physique of the water attribute were to cultivate here, it would be a nightmare for them. Their cultivation speed would definitely be greatly reduced, so it was better to stay outside. It seems that there are a lot of people here. Tianyin thought that there were very few people here. After all, it was a mythological beast, so it should be relatively rare. But it seemed that there were a lot of people here. Looking up, there were endless houses, and it seemed that there were at least tens of thousands of people here. Yen also looked around curiously. She was curious about this place that filled her with peace of mind. Soon, they came in front of an exquisite courtyard. The outside was surrounded by a fine fence, and there were also small flowers planted on the side. It looked very beautiful. There was a simple house inside, and it seemed that no one lived in it. But it seemed that it was clean, and there was not a single leaf in the courtyard. You will live in this house, live, and use it as you please. The guard motioned them to go in. Tianyin nodded and walked in with Yen. The guard did not leave and stood outside guarding them. In fact, it was to monitor them. Although Tianyin came with Yen, they were worried that they would run around. It was not a good thing to let an outsider run around in one's own home. If they entered a forbidden area, it would be quite a serious matter. Tianyin was still well behaved, and there were many strong people here. Unless he wanted to die, he would not wander around here at will. This place is really unique. It looks very simple, and the matching looks reassuring. Tianyin's eyes flashed. He did not need to guess anything. He knew that this hut should be the house where Luo Huang lived when she was alive, and Elder Luo was her father. Daddy, I seem to have been here before. Yen frowned, feeling as if she had been here before. Well, you have a good look around here. Tianyin motioned to Yen to walk around this hut, so that she could remember more things. Presumably, she was still in Luo Huang's belly at that time. Due to her memory, she was more or less inside. Sure enough, it was true that cultivation began in the mother's womb. The mythological beast clan was so strong. When they were in the mother's womb, they had a little inherited memory and began to thrive. He sat down in the pavilion on the side, watching Yen run into the house, and smiled slightly. He knew that this was a short rest, and soon a big battle would come. Chapter 493. Tianyin walked straight upstairs and saw that Yen was already lying on the bed, sleeping soundly. He smiled faintly and covered her with the bedding as he slowly walked downstairs. At this time, Elder Luo came in from the outside. In fact, he had been here for a while, but because he saw Tianyin covering Yen with the quilt, he didn't go up to disturb them. Elder Luo, you're here. Tianyin knew that Elder Luo was coming, so he immediately came down. Well, things have been dealt with for the time being. I'm sorry for not taking care of you properly. Elder Luo said apologetically. It's okay. This must be the place where Yen Er's mother lives. Yi Tianyin asked casually. Yes, this is the place where Huang lives. I often ask people to clean it. I thought she would come back to live here, but who knows? Elder Luo sighed deeply. Who would have thought that his daughter would die before him? Elder Luo said angrily, if I find out who did this, I will definitely cut him into pieces. Elder Luo released his terrifying aura, and the leaves that had just fallen were instantly shattered into pieces. And this is under the situation of restraining his aura. Otherwise, when it really erupts, one can imagine how powerful it would be. Elder Luo is an 8th layer Spirit King stage cultivator. This is the strongest existence that Yi Tianyin has seen so far. Elder Luo is an 8th layer Spirit King stage cultivator. Even if he tried his best, it would still be quite difficult to deal with him. It's a pity that when Yen Er's mother entrusted her to me, she didn't say anything and just asked me to send her to the phoenix nest. Yi Tianyin shook his head. It seems that Luo Huang felt that he didn't have enough strength to take revenge. The key thing is that he can send her back to the phoenix nest. I will send someone to investigate this matter thoroughly. I must find out the truth. Elder Luo said with a terrible expression. His daughter is dead. How can he not be angry? Immediately, his eyes softened as he looked at Yen upstairs. Fortunately, Yen survived, which made him feel a little relieved. Yi Tianyin nodded his head. He was going to be a little distracted in this matter. In any case, Yen had called him father, so he had to help. No matter what, thank you for bringing Yen back this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known that he was still alive. Elder Luo sighed and immediately looked at him and said, I don't need to say much. Since you brought Yen back, the Phoenix clan will never treat you badly. Come with me. Elder Luo glanced at the guard, and the guard nodded, indicating that there was no problem. Yen was sleeping up there, so he let him watch over her. Yi Tianyin followed them out. On the way, Elder Luo asked, Is there any requirement for remuneration? Since you've brought Yen back, we definitely won't treat you unfairly, so we'll still give you the reward you deserve. But before that, what kind of treasure do you need? Actually, I just want the soul accumulating grass. The more the better. Yi Tianyin smiled. He didn't want any treasures, sacred tools, or anything else. Of course, the Phoenix clan wouldn't give him any divine tools. Therefore, he chose the soul accumulating grass, a wonderful thing that could improve his cultivation. Soul accumulating grass? Elder Luo was stunned. He didn't expect Yi Tianyin to propose this kind of reward. He had thought of many rewards, such as sacred tools, elixirs, and so on, but he didn't think of the soul accumulating grass. Yes, I want some soul accumulating grass. If there's a lot of it, I can exchange it with other things. Yi Tianyin thought for a moment and added, This is very important to me. Soul accumulating grass. We don't have it in our clan for the time being. We used to have it, but it's gone. This soul accumulating grass is quite rare, and it's not easy to find it. Elder Luo said apologetically, Why don't you choose other treasures? You go first. Maybe there'll be something you like. Elder Luo led him all the way inside and saw a lot of guards along the way. Soon, under his lead, they came to a huge temple. This temple was made of fire yuan stones. As soon as they stepped in, they felt a surge of fire spiritual power, which was quite amazing. For a cultivator with a fire tribute physique, cultivating here for a month was definitely equivalent to cultivating outside for a year. Only the Phoenix clan could afford to spend so much money. After entering, the surrounding walls of the temple were engraved with huge phoenixes spreading their wings and flying high in the sky. In addition, there were a few huge phoenixes resting on the side. When they saw them coming in, they casually raised their heads and glanced at them. These phoenixes were unable to transform into humans, and they were just huge phoenixes, like Elder Luo, who had undergone evolution. To put it bluntly, these phoenixes didn't degenerate. They were the most primitive phoenixes. Elder Luo, this is? At this time, an old man came over. When he saw Tianyin, he frowned with a bit of disgust. The human clan was definitely not welcomed here, so it was normal to be looked down upon. Elder Lei, this is a friend who brought back my granddaughter who has been missing for many years. I'll take him to the treasure house to get some rewards. Elder Luo said. This matter didn't spread, so many people didn't know the real situation. You brought back your granddaughter who has been missing for many years? Is she Luo Huang's child? Elder Lei was stunned and immediately nodded. Okay, you should give some rewards. But there's no need to bring her into the temple. Elder Luo, you should know the rules, right? He looked at Tianyin with disgust. He didn't change his opinion because of this matter. He was still full of disgust. Elder Lei, what do you mean by this? He brought his granddaughter back from thousands of miles away. Can't you bring him in to visit our Phoenix Temple? There are rules. But if you don't even know how to repay a favor, you are not worthy of the rules. Elder Luo was immediately upset. He was very grateful to Tianyin for bringing his granddaughter back. His favorability points were almost 200, which was enough to show how grateful he was. That's what you say, but he is still a human. Other races don't matter, but humans, they're not good people. Elder Lei snorted coldly and stared at Tianyin coldly. He was disgusted from the bottom of his heart. Tianyin wasn't angry. He could imagine that Elder Lei must have suffered something, or that his loved ones had been done something to by the human clan. Elder Lei, I know you have a prejudice against us, but it doesn't mean that everyone is bad. I hope you can understand. Tianyin said politely. Never seen. Elder Lei snorted coldly and waved his hand. Elder Luo, pay attention to the rules. Rewards are rewards, but don't go too far. After that, he waved his hand and left. He didn't want to stay here any longer. Little brother, I'm sorry, Elder Lei. Elder Luo shook his head and didn't want to go on. It's okay, I can understand. It's nothing more than the people of the Phoenix clan who had their blood extracted. In fact, every race is similar. In order to become stronger, some killings are inevitable. There are bad people, but there are good people. Tianyin said indifferently. Chapter 494. Elder Luo nodded and didn't deny anything. Tianyin was right. No matter which race it was almost the same. It's just that the way they treated each other was different. If the human race had a top-grade fire attribute fruit, the Phoenix clan would definitely snatch it. Elder Luo didn't say much and continued to lead Tianyin inside. After passing through layers of guards, they finally arrived in front of the treasure vault. In front of the treasure vault, there was a Spirit King stage cultivator who was leisurely drinking tea beside the treasure vault. Hey, Elder Luo, is this a human? When the Spirit King stage expert saw Tianyin, there was a hint of hostility in his eyes. If it weren't for Elder Luo, he would have already attacked Tianyin. Elder Feng, he brought my granddaughter back and told me about Huang Er's situation. In order to repay him, I brought him to the temple to choose some treasures. Elder Luo explained briefly. Could it be? Elder Feng couldn't help but ask, but he didn't continue to ask. Yes, the white-haired person has to die before the black-haired person. Elder Luo sighed. My condolences. Elder Feng nodded and said to Tianyin, Thank you for your kindness. Not many people in the human race would do what you did. His attitude was much better than Elder Lei's from before. After knowing the situation, his attitude immediately eased up. It seemed that not everyone was as extreme as Elder Lei, but they all hated Tianyin from the bottom of their hearts. Although I should repay you according to the rules, you can only choose one item. You can't choose more than one. Elder Feng gently pushed the door, and when his palm touched the door, a few rays of light shined on it, and then the door slowly opened, revealing a gap that was just big enough for one person to enter. I know this rule. Elder Luo took the lead and walked in. Tianyin nodded to Elder Feng and followed. After walking in, the first thing that came into view were countless treasures placed on shelves. The treasures were perfectly categorized into several categories, such as weapons, armors, and even elixirs. Everything that should be here could be found. As a divine nation faction, if they didn't even have this, they wouldn't be called a divine nation faction. The Phoenix Nest had a divine nation's power. Otherwise, the Nether Heaven divine nation would have attacked it a long time ago, or other forces would have attacked and annexed it a long time ago. His foundation is indeed astonishing. Tianyin glanced over. There were all sorts of sacred tools, elixirs of Tier 5 and Tier 6 and above. Heaven tier martial arts were all displayed here. This kind of foundation was worthy of being a divine nation. Moreover, this was only a small part of it, not all of it. For example, the divine artifacts were not displayed. There were not enough of them to begin with, so it was even more impossible to display them. You can choose one of the treasures here. This is the reward we announced to the public. As long as you have done a great favor to our Phoenix clan, you can come here and choose one after you fulfill the conditions. The reward I'll give you won't be limited to that. You'll just have to follow the rules and choose one of them. Elder Luo did not intend to give him only one treasure. Bringing his granddaughter back was not something that could be repaid with a single treasure, especially seeing his granddaughter sticking to him so much. It would definitely not have such an effect if he didn't treat her well. For example, if she often extracted her blood essence, would she stick to Tianyin? Elder Luo, do you also hate humans in your heart? Tianyin did not immediately choose the treasure, but asked an awkward question. To be honest, I definitely hate them. If it weren't for you bringing my granddaughter back, my attitude would be the same as the other elders. Elder Luo shook her head and said, "So after choosing the treasure, you should leave here. Maybe most people will change their opinion of you, but most of them will not be able to reverse it for the time being." Tianyin nodded. This was the truth. Even if the task was completed, it would be useless to increase the favorability points by 100 points. The reason was very normal, that is, their favorability points were all negative. Even if you add 100 points, it would still be negative. At most, it would be even, and it would not reach the level of favorability. Only Elder Luo, who directly benefited from it, would have a much better attitude towards him. I roughly understand, then I will choose a treasure. Tianyin walked over and kept looking at the shelf to see what was suitable for him. He definitely did not need a weapon. There were no high-grade sacred tools here, so for him, weapons must be excluded. Medicinal pills were also excluded. Taking them would not increase his experience. Only special medicinal pills, such as the accumulating soul pill, would have an experience effect. For example, the 6th grade medicinal pill, the Void Spirit Pill, was very suitable for Void Spirit stage powerhouses to take for cultivation. If he took it, it would have a little effect, but it would increase a little experience. It was really pitiful, at most 1,000,000 experience points. Although 1,000,000 experience points was a lot, it was a 6th grade medicinal pill. Its rarity was comparable to the accumulating soul grass. It would be better to refine it and give it to Sir Shuiyun and the others. He did not need weapons, nor did he need armor. In terms of martial arts, heaven-level martial arts were good, but he still did not need it. If he killed a cultivator, he would be able to get it. It was obviously not worth it to choose a martial art here. Moreover, he had many heaven-class martial arts. Finally, he locked his eyes on the alchemy furnace. The Phoenix clan's attainments in fire were very amazing, so basically all of them were alchemists. Originally, he wanted to find a divine rune brush here, but in the end he found that there were too few divine rune brushes here. At most, they were soul tool level, and there were no sacred tool level divine rune brushes, which was a bit of a pity. There were several sacred tool level alchemy furnaces. Which one to choose was now very obvious. The original purple fire divine furnace could not be upgraded, and its grade was too low, so he urgently needed to upgrade the alchemy furnace. Elder Luo, are there no high-grade divine rune brushes here? Tianyin asked. There is no such thing. Our clan has fewer capable people in this field, so there are fewer divine rune brushes here. Elder Luo said truthfully, "Well, I will choose this Raging Flame's divine furnace." After Tianyan knew, he chose the small cauldron on the side, the surface of which was engraved with a few phoenixes, looking very lifelike, almost as if they were about to come out from the cauldron. "You know alchemy?" Elder Luo asked doubtfully. "A little." Tianyan was modest. He could reach the level of a grandmaster at any time. It should be said that he was only a short distance away from reaching the level of a grandmaster alchemist. Don't forget that he still had a lot of proficiency points that he had not used yet. He wanted to see what skills were lacking tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of proficiency points, and he needed to upgrade them immediately. Chapter 495. If you know how to refine pills, choosing this Raging Flame Divine Furnace is not a good choice. The main reason is that you can't easily control this Raging Flame Divine Furnace. If the grade is too low, it will backfire on you. At the very least, you need to be at the master level to not suffer from backfire. Elder Luo suggested from the side, "The heaven-burning divine furnace next to you is a good choice. Overall, it is more gentle. Even a 4th-grade alchemist can use it." Elder Luo's suggestion was not nonsense. It was indeed so, but he regarded Tianyan as a lower-grade alchemist, not a higher-grade alchemist. He looked so young. Most people judged the situation by their appearance, but he felt that Tianyan's cultivation was not low, and he had already given him a high evaluation. He felt that Tianyan was only a 5th-grade alchemist. A 5th-grade alchemist was actually very good, but he still couldn't control the Raging Flame Divine Furnace. "Thank you for Elder Luo's suggestion, but I only want this Raging Flame Divine Furnace." Tianyan saw this thing. A master-level alchemist, he could be promoted easily, so there was no pressure to control this Raging Flame Divine Furnace. "Well, this is your right to choose. If you are not an alchemist master, I hope you don't use this Raging Flame Divine Furnace at will. Otherwise, you will suffer a backfire. Remember." Elder Luo reminded. "I understand." Tianyan nodded and did not refuse his kindness. Elder Luo nodded, took down the Raging Flame Divine Furnace and handed it to Tianyan and said, "This is your reward. Accept it well. I hope it will be of great help to you in the future." "Thank you, Elder Luo." Tianyan took it. This was a middle-grade sacred tool. It was not a big deal for them to give it away. For Tianyan, it was of great help. He had quite a lot of weapons and defensive-grade sacred tools, but there was basically no alchemy furnace. He was still using the previous purple fire divine furnace. If it wasn't for the fact that the grade was not very low, he would have already changed it. A saint-level pill furnace was really rare, so sometimes he wanted to change it, but he couldn't find a place to buy it. "You don't have to thank me. This is the reward you deserve. In fact, it's not much." Elder Luo smiled. After that, Elder Luo took him out. It was meaningless to continue to stay here. The treasure had been chosen, so there was no need to continue to stay here. After they left, Elder Feng looked over and asked, "What did you choose?" He took out a book and prepared to write down what Tianyan had taken. These were all things that needed to be recorded. "Raging Flames Divine Furnace," Elder Luo said. "Raging Flames Divine Furnace?" Just as Elder Feng was about to note it down, he was stunned when he heard that it was the Raging Flames Divine Furnace. He lifted his head and looked at Tianyan, saying, "This is something that even ordinary pill refinement masters would not be able to master easily. Is it for you to use or for others to use? Or sell it?" "Use it yourself," Tianyan said honestly. "You can control it yourself?" Elder Feng was a little surprised. It shouldn't be a problem. He said this modestly, not saying that he would definitely succeed. "Your alchemy skills are at the level of a pill refinement master." Elder Feng was shocked. "Don't continue to ask. This is his choice. We just need to send the reward out." Elder Luo urged him, Quickly, write it down." Only then did Elder Foam write it down. Elder Luo led him outside. "Is there anything else you need?" Elder Luo asked as he led him outside. "I don't need this for the time being. I think this alchemy furnace is enough." Yi Tianyin said with a smile, "There's no need to be polite. You can bring my granddaughter back, so this reward is nothing at all. If I have extra divine artifacts, it's not a problem to give one to you. My granddaughter is priceless." Elder Luo said gratefully, "I don't have any relatives in my life. Now I only have this granddaughter left." He sighed deeply again, although he was in the Phoenix clan, who was closer to him than his own family. "I know what you're thinking, but I want to see Yen Er again before I leave." He was still a little reluctant to part with the little girl who had always called him father. "It's normal for you to have such feelings. In fact, you don't have to be so reluctant. I welcome you to the Phoenix clan at any time. With my token, you can come in and see Yen Er at any time." Elder Luo smiled very generously. It was definitely a good thing that he cared about his granddaughter. He could see that Yen Er was very attached to Yi Tianyin, which meant that the relationship between the two was very good. Therefore, he was willing to let Yi Tianyin come over. If Yen Er hid when she saw Yi Tianyin, Elder Luo would definitely not welcome him. "Thank you very much, Elder Luo. This reward is enough. If I want more, I'm too greedy." Yi Tianyin said sincerely, "Well, since you said so, I won't force you to do anything. You really don't want more rewards. You are really a strange person." Elder Luo shook his head. Yi Tianyin smiled and did not deny anything. If it was someone else, they would have asked for anything. As far as he was concerned, this one was already enough. Being too greedy would easily arouse the disgust of others. When they were ready to go to the elegant residence, a guard hurried over and said, "Elder Luo, not good. There's a problem in the Phoenix Cave." "Problem again? Let's go now." Elder Luo's face sank and immediately looked at Yi Tianyin and said, "You go back to the elegant residence with him first. When the matter is done, I will find you." "Elder Luo, can I go with you?" Yi Tianyin paused and asked. Elder Luo was stunned and immediately nodded and said, "Okay, you can come with me, but you can only watch from the side. Don't walk around." "Thank you, Elder Luo." Elder Luo nodded and flew directly into the sky. Yi Tianyin and the others also flew up. If they walked slowly, their speed would be too slow. Under Elder Luo's lead, they soon arrived near the Phoenix Cave. It was not very far, and they arrived in just a short while. As soon as he got close to the Phoenix Cave, Yi Tianyin saw a huge phoenix statue standing on top of a huge hill. It looked like it was ready to spread its wings and fly away. Under this hill, there was a huge cave, and a continuous stream of flames was spewing out from it. It was quite hot, and the surrounding soil was burned into magma, which continued to spread around. There were already many Phoenix clansmen on the side, absorbing these flames into their bodies. However, when they absorbed into their bodies, they felt incomparable pain. Their expressions were not of enjoyment, but they were getting paler and paler. Yi Tianyin looked at the flames and immediately displayed detailed data with the appraisal eye. Inextinguishable fire, high-grade earth level inextinguishable fire, extreme yang. Ordinary people with extreme yang physiques cannot absorb it. Only extreme yin and cold flames can be extinguished. Chapter 496. The inextinguishable flame was not something that just anyone could casually absorb. Even experts with very high cultivation would find it hard to absorb it. Unless one's own flame was strong enough, it would be extremely difficult to absorb and digest it. Therefore, many cultivators from the Phoenix clan, who seemed to be very powerful, not only did they not benefit themselves after absorbing it, they even harmed themselves instead. It should be said that it was okay to absorb a little, but it would become extremely uncomfortable to absorb too much. As soon as they landed, someone greeted them, and when he was about to say something, his eyes fell on Yi Tianyin, and he frowned and said, "Is this a human?" "Yes, I have something to do here, so I asked him to stay here for a while. Elder Luo explained. Elder Luo, what do you mean by this? You brought him to the Phoenix Temple before, and now you brought him to the Phoenix Cave? Elder Lei walked out, feeling very dissatisfied. It was fine to bring him to the Phoenix Temple, but that was to get a reward. Now that the situation here was critical, it was obviously unreasonable to bring him here. Elder Lei, I know that you have some prejudice. You can be prejudiced against other humans. But please let go of your prejudice against him. He is different from other humans, and more importantly, he brought my granddaughter back. Elder Luo was not happy, and she was very grateful to Yi Tianyan. Now that Elder Lei said this, she was definitely unhappy. Prejudice? I am just telling the truth. All humans are the same. Perhaps he wants to use your granddaughter to infiltrate our Phoenix clan. Elder Lei said. It was obvious that he hated humans. He did not trust them at all. Elder Lei, as Elder Luo said, you can hate any human, even me. But you said that I used Yen-Er to sneak into the Phoenix clan, and I am very unhappy about this. Do you think that I am using Yen-Er? Yi Tianyun's voice sank. He completely understood that it was the human race's fault, but he was extremely unhappy that he used a child to sneak into the Phoenix clan. What, am I wrong? Elder Lei sneered. Humans are not trustworthy at all. They are very insidious, and they go back on their words. Elder Lei was right. There were many people who went back on their words, and there were even more in the Phoenix clan who kept their promises. For example, when it came to the matter of rewards, they would give him what he deserved. If it were some other big forces, they might even kill him, let alone give him any rewards. Enough! Elder Luo's face was terrifyingly gloomy. He looked at Elder Lei and said, I've said it before. You can say whatever you want about the rest of the human clan. I personally guarantee that he will definitely not be like the other humans. Oh, Elder Luo, why are you so sure? Elder Lei asked with a sneer. Just because my granddaughter likes him, is that enough? Elder Luo said in a deep voice. Elder Lei was startled. After a moment of silence, he said, All right then, since you are his guarantor, keep an eye on him. I hope he doesn't cause any trouble. Both of you stop. What time is it now? You're still arguing? A dignified voice came from the side, and an old man walked over with a cane, looking at the two of them coldly. Great Elder. The two of them hurriedly said, respectfully, If you have the time to call me, you might as well hurry up and deal with these flames. The Great Elder snorted coldly and pressed down with his walking stick, creating a hole in the ground. Yes. The two of them glared at the Great Elder and were ready to deal with the flames. When Elder Luo wanted to say something, the Great Elder glared at him and said, Hurry up! Elder Luo hurriedly went to deal with the flames, leaving Yi Tianyan alone. Yi Tianyan actually wanted to say, I want to go too. It was painful for them to absorb so many inextinguishable flames, but it was a different story for him. It was a form of enjoyment. Little brother, I heard that you brought back Elder Luo's granddaughter? The Great Elder didn't go up to Yi Tianyan, mainly because of his old age. Although the outside world has always called it the immortal phoenix, it is not really immortal. There will still be a limit to its lifespan, but compared to other races, it can definitely live for a long time. Replying to the Great Elder, Elder Luo's granddaughter was indeed brought back by me. Yi Tianyan looked at the Great Elder, and his eyes flashed. The Great Elder's cultivation has actually reached the peak of Spirit King stage. Even if he is old, when he really erupts, it will be absolutely terrifying. To be honest, it's quite rare that you can bring her back. Either you are really kind-hearted, or you are scheming to deceive us. The Great Elder smiled slightly and said, But I believe that you are the former. As Elder Luo said, that little girl likes you. Our Phoenix clan is very sensitive in this aspect. That little girl knows that you are sincere to her, so she followed you. Yi Tianyan was stunned for a moment. No wonder Elder Lei was silent for a moment. It turned out to be related to this. He was not very good to Yen, But he gave her everything, and he didn't have the slightest bit of malice towards her. The Phoenix clan is very sensitive in this aspect, so if he has any malice towards her, I will definitely feel it, and then she will definitely stay away from him. Tianyin never had the idea of taking her blood essence, so I didn't feel any malice towards him. Thank you for your trust, great elder, but what's going on? Tianyin is more concerned about this. The evil souls inside the Phoenix cave can't be suppressed, causing the flames that suppress them to bounce back. Unless someone can go down and reseal these evil souls, they will keep bouncing back to the immortal fire. These immortal fire, even we can't absorb it unless our king. The great elder shook his head and didn't go on. This has already given him a lot of information. Let him know what the general situation is. That is the evil souls. He thought of the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom. The heavenly netherworld divine kingdom may have some ability in this aspect, so they said that they can help them suppress the evil souls. Great elder, I don't know if I can help to absorb the immortal fire. In this aspect, I am quite good at it. Tianyin boldly proposed. This immortal fire is the fire of extreme yang. If you are not careful, you will be burned by the fire. Are you sure you can do it? The great elder frowned and said, No problem, because my flame. Tianyin stretched out his hand, and the immortal fire rose up. After the great elder saw it, he immediately became sluggish. No, immortal fire? The great elder looked at him in horror. A cultivator who can have the immortal fire. What kind of person is he? Yes, can I help now? Tianyin didn't want to see so much immortal fire go to waste. If he didn't show it, the great elder would definitely not let him go. Yes, you can. The great elder was very excited and looked at Tianyin with a little more hope. Chapter 497. After getting permission, Tianyin nodded and immediately walked to the Phoenix cave in front of him. Soon, others noticed the situation here, especially the elders in front. Elder Luo, what are your people doing? Why are they here? Are they crazy? Elder Lei felt quite strange when he saw Tianyin walking over. If he continued to walk over, he would be burned to ashes by the immortal fire. The most strange thing was that the great elder did not stop him and just watched from behind. Elder Luo was also stunned. They were already absorbing the immortal fire and could not leave to stop it for the time being, so they could only watch from here. What are you doing here? Go back! Elder Luo shouted. Elder Luo, I'm here to help you deal with these immortal fire. Tianyin smiled faintly. The great elder allowed me to come over. The great elder allowed you to come over? Both of them were stunned and looked at the great elder. They found that the great elder's eyes were twinkling and even had a smile on his face, which made them feel very strange. What was going on? Without waiting for them to react, Tianyin waved his hand and cast the heaven-swallowing divine art. A large amount of immortal fire rushed towards his body. The amount of immortal fire he absorbed was definitely several times more than what they absorbed. This scene really scared many people. Others absorbed it little by little, but he absorbed so much at once. Did he not want to live? Elder Luo and the others wanted to stop him, but it was too late. They could only watch the immortal fire roll over. They thought that Tianyin would be burned to ashes, but the immortal fire was quickly absorbed into his body, and in the blink of an eye it disappeared, and it's a continuous absorption. Unlike them, they just need to stop for a while to recover. 1,000 proficiency points, 2,000 proficiency points, 3,000 proficiency points. The proficiency of the immortal fire increased rapidly, and this crazy degree could not be stopped. At this rate, it would not be difficult to break through to the upper grade earth level immortal fire. It should be said that it was quite simple. So far, his immortal fire was not an upper grade earth level flame. Fortunately, it was not difficult to absorb it. Anyway, they were all of the same type, so it would be easier to absorb. Most importantly, his cultivation was not weak. With the two superimposed, It was easy for him to absorb the energy. Looking at this scene, everyone was stunned. They had thought that Tianyin would be engulfed by the immortal flames. Who would have thought that he would be able to absorb a whole bunch of them so easily? From the looks of it, he could continue to absorb it, and there was no need to stop. No way. This immortal flame has no effect on him at all. They are all shocked. The immortal fire that is very painful for them is easily absorbed by Tianyin, and he doesn't even have to gasp. Everyone, don't worry. He already has the inextinguishable flame, so there's no need to worry about being burned to death. The great elder walked over with a crutch and smiled. I didn't expect this little brother to be the lucky star of our Phoenix clan. In addition to bringing back Elder Luo's granddaughter, he can easily absorb the inextinguishable flame. Generally, those who can control the inextinguishable flame have a body of extreme yang. This kind of physique is hard to find in a million people. He can control the inextinguishable flame. It can't be. Isn't the inextinguishable flame only controlled by our king? Only a few of our clansmen have been able to control it. They were all stunned, especially Elder Lei. His heart was even more complicated. They had always said that there was something wrong with Tianyin, but what was wrong with him now? He even began to help them deal with the inextinguishable flame, which was much faster than them. Elder Luo was even more delighted. He's really a lucky star. I knew he was different. From the first time I saw him, I felt that he was different. You're bragging. If he didn't bring back your granddaughter, would you think of him like this? Elder Lei's tone softened, and there was no longer the previous tit-for-tat feeling. It's none of your business. Elder Luo stroked his beard and looked at Tianyin with a smile. The more he looked, the more satisfied he was. Tianyin smiled slightly and did not interrupt. He has been quickly absorbing these inextinguishable flames. Soon, all the inextinguishable flames outside were absorbed into his body and turned into a lot of proficiency. However, there is still a lot to level up. It was very difficult to increase the inextinguishable flame before, and it was only now that he could improve it rapidly. He couldn't accumulate enough experience to level up at once. Now he has only reached more than half of his proficiency. He has to continue to absorb. However, if he wants to continue to absorb, he has to go inside to absorb. There are a lot of flames at the edge of the cave. Tianyin looked at the great elder and asked, "Can I absorb the flames inside?" Yes, you can absorb it all the way and stop at the entrance of the passage. The great elder instructed. Tianyin nodded and immediately walked to the entrance of the cave and continued to absorb. The open space inside the cave was full of inextinguishable flames. It was full here, much more than the outside. It seems that there is a lot to absorb. Needless to say, he immediately continued to absorb madly and did not refuse anyone. The other elders were much more relaxed. They didn't need to come over to absorb at all. Absorbing this inextinguishable flame is not good for them at all. Instead, it is only bad. So cruel, is he really okay? Elder Lei looked up and down at Tianyin. At present, it seems that he is not forcing himself. There is no problem with his complexion, and there is no problem with it. What problem can he have? Didn't you hear the great elder say that he can control the inextinguishable flame? Elder Luo smiled and said, "He is the person I brought back. I didn't expect him to help us." "What do you mean you brought back? He came by himself, okay?" Elder Lei was so angry that he laughed. How can Elder Luo take this credit for himself? Didn't you want to drive him away just now? If I didn't let him stay, we would have to absorb it here, honestly. Elder Luo glared at him and remembered that Elder Lei had quarreled with him just now. He felt very uncomfortable. Elder Lei suddenly felt very embarrassed. This is true. If Tianyin was driven away, he would really have to absorb it here, honestly. Okay, stop arguing. In short, this little brother helped us. If it weren't for him, we don't know how long it would take for us to absorb it, let alone go in. In the end, we have to ask for help from the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom, which is something that no one wants to see. The great elder said solemnly, and they nodded and agreed with the great elder's words. If they ask for help from the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom, the price to pay is amazing, and it is definitely not something they want to see. After he finishes absorbing, we will thank him, entertain him, and treat him as a guest of the Phoenix clan. If he can master the inextinguishable yang fire, his heart must not be insidious, so we have to make good friends with him. The great elder looked at them and said, "Do you understand?" "Understood." Elder Lei's eyes were not as hostile as before, and there was a big change immediately. There was still a little shame. Chapter 498. Tianyan didn't care about Elder Lei's state of mind. He didn't want to argue with Elder Lei. Putting himself in their shoes, if he was also a member of the Phoenix clan, he would also feel some hostility toward a human. The two had different statuses, so naturally their thoughts were different. The human race was the most numerous, so they were aggressive towards the divine beast clan. Therefore, the Phoenix clan was easily captured and had their blood extracted and feathers plucked. It was quite cruel. Therefore, it was quite normal for the Phoenix clan to hate the entire human race. Tianyan continued to crazily absorb the flames outside the Phoenix cave and continued to go deeper. The more he absorbed, the more he absorbed. Finally, he heard a pleasant voice. "Ding! Congratulations to player Tianyan for successfully upgrading the Immortal Flame to high-grade Earth rank. The next level requires 5 million proficiency." He finally succeeded in upgrading it to high-grade Earth rank. This process was quite amazing. If he were to slowly upgrade it through alchemy, it would take a long time. He didn't know how long it would take to slowly reach this level. It's so cool. It would be great if this speed of upgrading could be maintained. Tianyan felt quite comfortable. However, he needed more proficiency now. It wasn't easy to upgrade. No matter what, he had to absorb the Immortal Flame here first. After crazily absorbing all the way, he finally absorbed the empty cave entrance outside. If he continued to absorb, he would go down the passage. However, from here, he didn't see the Immortal Flame but thick Yin Qi. It looked quite gloomy. You don't have to go down. That's the heavenly Yin fire. Even with the Immortal Flame, it's difficult to suppress the heavenly Yin fire, especially since it can't be cut off. The figures of the great elder and the others appeared behind him. When they saw that the Immortal Flame was gone, they walked in from the outside. Heavenly Yin fire! Tianyan saw that the heavenly Yin fire was actually equivalent to an enhanced version of the netherworld fire. It should be said that it was equivalent to a higher level of the netherworld fire. That was the heavenly Yin fire, which balanced the Immortal Flame. No wonder the Nether Heaven Divine Kingdom said that they could help. It turned out that they could absorb the heavenly Yin fire and the Immortal Flame. As long as one has the powerful heavenly Yin fire, they can devour the immortal fire. Good boy. I didn't expect you to be able to absorb the inextinguishable fire. It's all thanks to you that we were able to deal with the inextinguishable fire so quickly. Elder Luo laughed and felt that Tianyan gave him a big surprise. If it weren't for him, it would not have been so fast. Thank you very much. I was a little rude before. Elder Lei hesitated for a moment, but he still chose to stand up and express his gratitude, completely putting down his pride. This action was not incited by the great elder and the others, but because Elder Lei felt apologetic, which was why he stood up and said it. It's fine. Different people have different opinions. I can understand what Elder Lei is thinking. Tianyan nodded and didn't mind it too much. Yo, Elder Lei, I didn't expect you to be willing to apologize. Elder Luo was a little surprised. Why wouldn't I apologize? Do you think I'm an unreasonable person? I think I made a mistake. Can't I apologize? Elder Lei snorted coldly. Okay, it's my fault. I misunderstood you. Elder Luo patted him on the shoulder and said, Next time, come to my place for a drink. When was the last time you came to my place for a drink? Elder Luo, you don't want to hide the wine anymore? Elder Lei's eyes lit up. It seems that I have benefited a little. It's time to celebrate my granddaughter's return. Ahem. The great elder coughed, and the two of them immediately shut up. Now is indeed not the time to talk about this matter. Who knew that the great elder added, "Going to drink wine. Why didn't you call me?" Tianyin, who was next to him, really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They are really optimistic. They just solved a small matter, and now they want to discuss celebrating? Although the inextinguishable fire has been cleared, the heavenly Yin fire is still emerging. If the evil soul below is not sealed, the heavenly Yin fire will definitely continue to appear. But in terms of divine rune masters, have you found any divine rune grandmasters? The great elder's face turned serious and returned to the topic. There are a lot of new divine rune grandmasters, but their level is too ordinary. At least, they need to be at the soul point level. Most of them are at the soul point level. It is too difficult to find a divine rune grandmaster. They shook their heads and said helplessly, "We can only wait for news from our clansmen outside. It would be best if we can find one." The divine rune grandmaster level is divided into 3 levels: soul point, eye point, and life point. Different levels represent different levels of standards, and the list is quite detailed. Eye point is the most basic level, soul point is similar to the intermediate level, and life point is similar to the advanced level. The spirit race old ancestor and the state preceptor are at most equivalent to the eye point level or close to the soul point level. Tianyin feels that he should have reached the eye point level. After all, with the bonus of the heavenly eye, reaching the eye point level shouldn't be a problem. However, he still needs a little more experience to reach the divine rune grandmaster level. He only needs to spend some proficiency points to level up. At that time, combined with the ability of the heavenly eye, reaching the soul point level will definitely not be a problem. He immediately spent more than 100,000 proficiency points on the divine rune grandmaster level, and soon a pleasant voice sounded. Congratulations to player Tianyin for successfully leveling up Divine Rune Grandmaster Mastery to Divine Rune Grandmaster Mastery, finishing touch level. The next level requires 10 million proficiency points. This is really terrible. 10 million proficiency points. Who knows how long it will take to earn 10 million proficiency points? The road to leveling up is really long. You want to find a soul point level Divine Rune Grandmaster? Actually, I am a soul point level Divine Rune Grandmaster. Tianyin agreed readily. He has to complete this task. If not, he won't be able to get the reward. You are a soul point level Divine Rune Grandmaster. They all looked at Tianyin in shock. Although they had seen it before, they still looked at him from head to toe, staring at him as if they were looking at a monster. Obviously, they were the real monsters, and the way they looked at Tianyin was more like looking at a monster. Yes, is there a problem? Tianyin looked at their shocked eyes and smiled. If anyone heard this, they would be incomparably shocked. You are really a divine rune grandmaster. They searched for a long time, but to no avail. Unless they went to the Nether Heaven Divine Kingdom for help, it was really difficult to find a soul point level divine rune grandmaster. Chapter 499. Yes, I'm a Grandmaster Divine Inscriptionist, and I'm even at the point soul level. Tianyin repeated himself so that they could hear him clearly. They glanced at each other in dismay. Being able to absorb the inextinguishable flames was already shocking enough, but he was also a Grandmaster Divine Inscriptionist? This couldn't be such a coincidence, right? They just happened to encounter it? Do you want to test it? Tianyin laughed. If they didn't trust him, they definitely had to test him. It's necessary. If you don't meet the standards, your life will be in danger. Hence, we have to do a strict test. This is a responsibility to us, and more importantly, to you. The great elder's expression was solemn. They couldn't afford to be careless. If they were to go down, they would be facing an extremely dangerous situation. Although Tianyin was trustworthy, everything had to be tested first. If he didn't meet the standards, it would be troublesome. Then where do we go for the test? Tianyin asked. We'll go outside for the test. As long as you can inscribe a divine inscription that meets the standards of a Grandmaster Divine Inscriptionist, we'll know if you've met the standards. The great elder's tone was filled with excitement. If he really met the standards, they would be able to solve the problem immediately. Not only could he control the inextinguishable flames, he was also a Grandmaster Divine Inscriptionist. What a lucky star! When they went out, they saw two people walking towards them. Tianyin was stunned when he saw them, and the other person was also stunned. It's you? The two people walking towards them were none other than Shopkeeper Yi and Pu Ren. Shopkeeper Yi, I didn't expect to see you here. Tianyin smiled. He also saw Shopkeeper Yi carrying a box in his hands. It was the box that he had helped him open earlier. I didn't expect it either. Shopkeeper Yi was similarly surprised, especially when he came out with the Great Elder. You two know each other? The Great Elder and the rest were all astonished. Of course I do. Grand Elder, the divine imprint on the chest was opened by this little brother. If not for him, I wouldn't have been able to find someone to open it for me. Shopkeeper, you patted the chest in his hands as he smiled. The divine runes on the chest were opened by him. The crowd glanced at each other in dismay. They all knew how difficult it was to open this box, and had even invited several grandmasters to try and open it. Some of them even tried to smash the box with brute force, but all of them ended in failure. The degree of toughness of the box was simply unimaginable. Yes, I didn't expect him to appear here, and with you in the Phoenix Cave. It's really strange. What's going on? Shopkeeper Yi was puzzled. Shortly after, they roughly discussed the situation. Only then did Shopkeeper Yi understand what was going on. He was even more surprised by Tianyin's ability. Tianyin also knew the identity of Shopkeeper Yi and the others. They were also members of the Phoenix clan, and Shopkeeper Yi was one of the elders, so he was addressed as Elder Yi. Pu Ren was one of the younger generation of the Phoenix clan, and he was considered a good genius. He had been training with Shopkeeper Yi. The main reason was that Pu Ren was Shopkeeper Yi's nephew, so it was necessary to bring him out to train. So there's such a thing. If I knew that he had this kind of ability, I would have brought him here long ago. Shopkeeper Yi smiled and said, but there's no doubt about his divine inscriptions level. He can even decipher such a difficult divine inscriptions. You said that he's at the level of a grandmaster. I've already guessed this before, but since you've already said so, there's no need for me to test him. Shopkeeper Yi was full of confidence in Tianyin. He felt that he didn't even need to test Tianyin. No, the test still needs to be done. I will just carve a simple divine rune, and you will know after seeing it. Tianyin insisted on carving the divine rune to boost their confidence. Immediately he took out a divine rune brush, which was of a relatively low grade, and began to carve a Grandmaster divine rune. His speed was neither fast nor slow, and he succeeded in carving a relatively complex divine rune. After carving the divine rune, everyone's eyes lit up. Tianyin was definitely at the level of a Grandmaster divine rune. Perhaps they didn't know how to carve divine runes, but they still understood the level of divine runes. Otherwise, they would have lived for so many years in vain. Not bad, it's really at the level of a Grandmaster divine rune. But the divine rune brush is a bit lacking. They all noticed the divine rune brush in Tianyin's hand. A soul tool divine rune brush was no different from garbage in their eyes. Even if it was thrown on the ground, they wouldn't bother to pick it up. A spirit king stage cultivator was so domineering. It just so happens that I brought back a few divine rune brushes. When someone came to buy my spirit herbs, they gave them to me to pay off the debt. Shopkeeper Yi took out 3 divine rune brushes and lined them up for Tianyin to choose. Come, didn't you want to help us suppress the evil soul? Just pick one. The 3 divine rune brushes were of different grades. The highest grade was a mid-grade sacred artifact, and the lowest was a low-grade sacred artifact. At least, they were much better than the one in Tianyan's hand. Then I won't stand on ceremony. I'll choose this one. Tianyan didn't choose much and directly chose a dragon beard divine rune brush. It's not the highest grade, just a low-grade sacred artifact. However, this divine rune brush was the most suitable for him. It had the power of a dragon's bloodline, which corresponded to his dragon god's bloodline. Shopkeeper Yi thought that Tianyan would choose a middle-grade sacred tool, as he knew that Tianyan would choose a high-grade sacred tool. Yes, this one suits me. Tianyan didn't hesitate. A sacred artifact, divine rune brush, coupled with the talent of the heavenly eye, would undoubtedly make it easier to inscribe divine runes. After choosing the divine rune brush, their eyes immediately turned to the box. This box has been opened. With the treasures inside, it will be much easier to suppress the evil soul. Elder Luo said from the side. Yes, after opening it, I rushed back immediately. Shopkeeper Yi opened the box, and a crazy phoenix fire emerged from it, but it was easily absorbed by him. For him, this was different from the immortal fire, and it was not difficult to suppress it. Without the phoenix fire, what appeared in front of him was a small, fiery red pearl. It looked like a drop of blood essence that had been solidified inside. Phoenix Imperial Blood Essence. Top sacred blood has amazing energy. After absorbing it, the bloodline power in the body will be greatly strengthened, and part of the phoenix's power will be obtained. It can also be used to suppress the power of evil. So it's Phoenix Blood Essence. Tianyan thought it was some kind of treasure, such as a divine artifact. He didn't expect it to be Phoenix Blood Essence and the Phoenix Imperial Blood Essence. Chapter 500. Yes, it contains the Royal Phoenix Blood Essence. I couldn't open it, so I couldn't take it out to suppress the evil soul. Shopkeeper Yi smiled. Fortunately, you opened it for me. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to use it here. Why is the Royal Phoenix Blood Essence in this box? Tianyan asked curiously. This was sealed by the ancestors. It can only be used at a critical moment. It's just that it's a little difficult to unseal it. The Great Elder explained. Now that we have the Royal Phoenix Blood Essence, we can suppress the evil soul. This will undoubtedly reduce the pressure a lot. I've always heard about the evil soul. There are evil soul under the Phoenix Cave? Tianyan was puzzled. Yes, there are a lot of evil soul under the Phoenix Cave. A long time ago, there was a race of evil spirit race that attacked our Phoenix clan. In the end, we couldn't destroy them, so we could only choose to suppress them. In order to suppress them, we spent a lot of effort, and many of our relatives left us. The Great Elder sighed. He felt a little pain when he thought of that incident. The other elders showed painful and angry expressions. Fortunately, everything was suppressed. Otherwise, they would have been attacked by the evil spirit race, and their fate would have been even more miserable. Elder Luo sighed, and his eyes showed the same pain. He seemed to be thinking of something, and his eyes were slightly red. This can only be suppressed, not completely destroyed? Tianyan frowned. This meant that after the suppression, once the seal was broken again, it would definitely happen again. No one knew when it would stop. If we could destroy them, we would have destroyed them long ago. We can only use the immortal fire or the Phoenix Blood Essence to suppress them. They are too strong. Even our king can't suppress them for the time being. The Great Elder said. Remember, what about the Phoenix clan's patriarch? Tianyan asked. Our patriarch went out to find a way to destroy them. He hasn't returned so far. If the patriarch came back, he would definitely be able to suppress them easily. There's no need to look for the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom. The Great Elder shook his head. How long has your patriarch been gone? Tianyan was stunned. A patriarch going out personally? This was a bit too exaggerated. It's been a long time. It should have been more than a year. Who would have thought that the seal would suddenly be broken. The great elder shook his head, feeling rather helpless. At that time, the seal was quite stable and nothing had happened to it. However, it was broken in the blink of an eye. There was only one possibility, and that was that the evil soul had become stronger. So you're saying that you must use the Imperial Phoenix blood essence to suppress this evil soul? Tianyin asked. Yes, although you have the immortal flame, it is only limited to suppressing the heavenly Yin flame. It is difficult to cause any harm to the evil soul. Look at all those inextinguishable flames. All of them being squeezed out is the best proof. This means that they are too powerful. If you don't use the Phoenix blood essence to suppress them, you won't even have the chance to seal them. The great elder said in a deep voice, "Those evil souls are too strong. Even if it was us, it would be difficult to resist them." Tianyun's heart skipped a beat. Were these evil souls really that strong? Didn't this mean that they had reached a higher level, the Saint King stage? The Saint King stage was stronger than the Spirit King stage. In this divine kingdom, the Saint King stage was the real king. If I can suppress them with my own strength, will you give me the Imperial Phoenix blood essence? Tianyin thought for a moment and said. They were startled and looked at each other. The great elder looked at him and said, "If you could suppress them with your own strength, this Imperial Phoenix blood essence wouldn't be a problem at all. However, you don't know how terrifying that place is. It isn't something that can be easily suppressed. Without the Imperial Phoenix blood essence, you can't suppress them." The great elder said firmly. He knew that Tianyun's strength was not weak, but it didn't mean that he could suppress them. "What if I can?" Tianyin was very interested in the Imperial Phoenix blood essence. It might be able to enhance his strength. Tianyin could say this because he had the title of Soul Breaker. As long as the evil souls were filled with evil spirits, he would be able to suppress them. He didn't know if the Imperial Phoenix blood essence would have an effect on the evil souls, but it was better to say it in advance. If they threw it out immediately and found out later that he could suppress it, wouldn't it be a waste? "If it's possible, I can give it to you." The great elder didn't hesitate and directly promised Tianyin. The others looked at each other. Tianyin was so confident. "Well, when are we going down?" Tianyin said. "Let's not delay. If you don't have any problem, we can go down now." The great elder said solemnly. "Well, I don't have any problem. Let's go down now." Tianyin nodded. This matter should not be delayed. The longer it is delayed, the worse the situation inside will be. Immediately, the great elder personally led the way and walked down with the help of his walking stick. At this time, he released his full strength and forced the heavenly Yin fire back. Originally, we needed to use our flames to slowly repel the heavenly Yin fire. Now we need your help. The immortal fire is much stronger than our phoenix fire, and it can restrain the heavenly Yin fire. The great elder said in a sincere tone, "We will trouble you for everything. After this matter is over, you will always be a friend of our phoenix race. If you need help, we will do our best to help you." Tianyin nodded. He needed this kind of effect. He walked forward and glanced at the heavenly Yin fire. He raised his hand and cast the swallowing heaven divine art again. The heavenly Yin fire quickly rolled over and was absorbed into his body. The people next to him were shocked. They thought that Tianyin would use the immortal fire to kill them. Who would have thought that he would absorb it into his body? Was this not a big deal? 1,000 proficiency points, 2,000 proficiency points, 3,000 proficiency points. His proficiency points increased crazily. The netherworld fire and the heavenly Yin fire belonged to the same type. After absorbing the netherworld fire, it was like a great tonic. Not bad. Absorbing the immortal fire will help the netherworld fire level up. If it can level up this time, it will be perfect. Tianyun's eyes lit up. He just wanted to give it a try. But who would have thought that there would be no problem? Destroying the heavenly Yin fire and absorbing it was undoubtedly more cost-effective. "Little brother, is it okay for you to absorb it into your body like this?" The Great Elder was worried that Eteonion wouldn't be able to withstand it. They all thought that Eteonion chose to absorb the heavenly Een fire into his body and then use the immortal fire to dissolve it, because no one could have two kinds of flames at the same time, especially two kinds of flames that restrained each other. Chapter 501. Along with Eteonion swallowed the heavenly Een fire without any difficulty. Although the heavenly Een fire's level was high, it wasn't difficult to absorb it, especially with the help of the divine tool, the Netherworld Pearl. Soon, a lot of heavenly Een fire was absorbed into Eteonion's body. The Great Elder, who was standing next to Eteonion, was shocked. Is there really no problem? Of course, Eteonion didn't have any problem absorbing the heavenly Een fire. It would only get stronger and stronger. Eteonion continued to absorb the heavenly Een fire like crazy. The deeper he went, the denser the heavenly Een fire became. His experience also soared rapidly. According to this situation, it wouldn't be difficult for him to level up to the heavenly level, as long as he absorbed the heavenly Een fire for a period of time. As they went deeper, the Great Elder's face became more and more solemn, because they knew that they were about to reach the area where the evil soul was located. Get ready, we are about to reach the seal, the Great Elder said solemnly. They nodded. Eteonion also wanted to see how strong the evil soul was. He wanted to see how strong the evil soul was to be able to put so many Spirit King Stage experts on guard. Eteonion had to take a closer look. Soon, after absorbing the heavenly Een fire in front of them, they changed from a downward passage to a flat road, straight to the front. When he came down, in addition to the terrifying heavenly Een fire, he saw a lot of divine rune arrays in the distance, which were engraved on the ground and the surrounding walls. Now, many of the divine runes on the walkway were destroyed, and even the surrounding divine runes were being burned by the heavenly Een fire. These divine runes were really hard. Even after being burned for so long, there were still a lot of them that weren't destroyed. In the innermost part of the walkway, there were two huge phoenix statues. One was a phoenix, and the other was a phoenix. Two divine beasts were suppressing a piece of land. The phoenix was a male and a female, so of course there were two of them here. However, their power couldn't completely suppress the evil soul, which caused the heavenly Een fire to continuously emerge from the ground and spread to the surroundings. As it spread, it incinerated the divine veins in the area, and just like that, a path was forcefully burned out. Under the phoenix stone statue is the suppressed evil soul. Eteonion could feel an extremely dangerous aura surging over from the ground. It was rather terrifying. That's not a statue, the Grand Elder said. It really is our ancestor. In order to suppress the evil soul, he transformed himself into a statue to suppress it for all eternity. When the Grand Elder and the others saw the statue, they were filled with deep veneration. If it weren't for them, this place would have fallen into enemy hands long ago. They were fleeing in all directions and had nowhere to settle down. Eteonion looked at the two statues, and his heart was filled with respect. This kind of dedication was worthy of respect. Ha ha ha, are you guys here? You guys will never be able to suppress me. Soon, I will be able to get out of here. At this moment, an eerie voice came from the ground in the distance and spread throughout the tunnel. The echoes kept ringing in their ears. It was extremely strange. He didn't expect the vile soul to be able to speak. It seemed that the formation wouldn't be able to suppress it for long. If this continued, the vile soul would be able to break free. Bastard, this time we will seal you again. Next time, we will definitely find a way to destroy you. The Grand Elder shouted angrily. The walking stick in his hand fiercely struck the ground. A ray of light penetrated through the ground and rushed forward. Soon, it hit the bottom of the statue. Bang! It sounded as if it had hit something, but there didn't seem to be any changes. With this attack, you want to hurt me? Let your ancestor come in person. Maybe he can hurt me. You little guy, go back and cultivate for a few hundred years. The The evil soul laughed and didn't care about the attack at all. Bastard! The Grand Elder's face darkened. He immediately looked at Yi Tianyan and said, "Look at the divine runes here. Can you repair them one by one? As long as the divine runes here are repaired, his strength will be sharply reduced." "No problem." Yi Tianyan quickly took out the dragon whisker divine pen. His eyes flashed, and he instantly opened his heavenly eye. The surrounding divine runes grand array appeared in front of him one by one. The grand array here was indeed at the level of a divine rune grandmaster. The difficulty was quite high. Without a certain level, it would be really difficult to repair. But he had already prepared for it. There was no problem. After quickly cleaning up the heavenly Yin fire here, he immediately began to carve again. The divine runes were quickly repaired. The speed was impeccable. This made them quite satisfied. According to this speed, they would soon be able to repair the divine runes here. As long as they were repaired, there wouldn't be too much danger when they approached the evil soul. "Oh, you also found a divine rune grandmaster to repair the divine runes. This time, I won't let you repair them." The evil soul laughed heartily, and a terrifying heavenly Yin fire swept over. It quickly turned into a huge black shadow that shrouded them. It was like a huge bat that glided over to them. Even if the evil soul was sealed, the attack it released was still extremely terrifying. Its battle power was as high as 500 million. A casual move could release such a terrifying power. One had to say that this evil soul was really terrifying. If it wasn't terrifying, how could it not be killed? Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed. Just as he was about to mobilize his whole body's power to absorb it, the Great Elder's figure quickly blocked in front of him. The Great Elder fiercely waved his crutch and fiercely slammed it on the ground. A huge phoenix appeared on his body. With a loud cry, the terrifying phoenix fire covered the sky and pressed down. In an instant, its battle power reached 700 million. It fiercely ignited the black fog, but it didn't completely suppress it. The black fog continued to press down. "Break for me!" The Great Elder roared. He swung the crutch in his hand and fiercely smashed it down. A sharp light split the black fog in the middle. Then a terrifying flame swallowed both sides. In the blink of an eye, the attack was completely swallowed. At this time, the crutch in the Great Elder's hand was no longer a crutch, but a long sword, a divine tool. "Oh, your strength is not bad. But can you suppress the speed at which I destroy the divine runes? I want to see whether the person you brought is faster than me in destroying or in repairing." The evil soul laughed loudly. The surrounding mountains shook, and the divine runes dimmed little by little. It seemed that the evil soul was about to break out. It wanted to completely break free from the seal. Chapter 502. After the evil soul crazily released its energy, it came from the ground, so the great clan elder and the others could not resist at all, unless one suppressed the attack underground. Attacking from above would have no effect at all. However, if he were to resist it underground, there would only be one outcome. He would end up like the vile soul, helping to destroy the divine sigil. This would undoubtedly increase the speed of destruction and make matters worse. "Grand Elder, what do we do now?" "There's no way for us to block this attack unless we get closer and attack. But according to the current situation, if we get too close, I'm afraid." Elder Luo and the others were worried. The situation was critical now. If they didn't take action now, it would be more dangerous. "Looks like I'll have to do it myself." The Great Elder took a deep breath, and his eyes were filled with determination. He was ready to risk his life. "Great Elder." They all revealed looks of sorrow. They didn't want things to be like this at all. "Release the Imperial Phoenix blood essence later. Only then will you be able to suppress the evil soul's power. Then you can quickly repair the divine veins." The Great Elder said in a low voice. Great Elder." Elder Lei's voice sounded a little strange. "What's wrong?" They all looked at Elder Lay and realized that he was pointing to the side, gesturing for them to look over. Grand Elder and the others turned their heads to look, puzzled, and found that Tianyin had already repaired quite a number of the divine glyphs. His recovery speed was astonishing. It took him only a short while to repair a divine sigil. His speed of destruction was far slower than Tianyun's recovery speed, but it completely crushed the vile soul's destruction speed. It could be said that even a few streets would be considered short. What kind of speed is this? How can the restoration of divine inscriptions be so fast? They were all dumbfounded. They thought that Elder Lay had seen something incredible, but when they took a closer look, it was really incredible. His recovery speed was too terrifying. The speed of his hand drawing was so fast that it left after images. It wasn't a big deal that the speed of the repair was fast. The key was that this was a Zongshi level divine inscription, and it was extremely accurate, without the slightest error. Time and time again, he easily repaired these divine inscriptions. To him, it was as easy as flipping his hand. There wasn't the slightest bit of difficulty. The sound of his experience bar continuously rang out in his ears, signifying the success of the repair of the divine rune. Congratulations on repairing Grandmaster level divine inscriptions. You've gained 2 million experience points and 3,000 proficiency points. Congratulations on repairing Grandmaster level divine inscriptions. You've gained 3 million experience points and 5,000 proficiency points. Congratulations! Every time he repaired the divine inscriptions of different degrees of damage, he would gain quite a lot of experience points. He could not stop at all. Tianyun's strength grew more and more ferocious, and his recovery speed grew faster and faster. His speed of inscribing divine inscriptions was no joke. Even he himself was shocked by this speed. This was the true essence of fast, accurate, and fierce. What's going on? Who are you? How can your recovery speed be so fast? Vile Soul screamed. He thought that his speed of destruction would be even more shocking. Only now did he realize that the recovery speed of the human before him was even more terrifying. Compared to his destruction speed, Tianyin could repair 4 or 5, or even 7 or 8. This was the difference between them. His previous arrogant tone instantly fell to the bottom. The two of them could not be compared. Tianyin didn't want to waste the Imperial Phoenix blood essence that he was about to obtain. He definitely didn't hold back and burst out with it, fiercely repairing the divine glyphs and suppressing this evil soul. Let's see how you can compete with me, you trash. Tianyun's eyes flashed. His cultivation might not be comparable to that of the evil soul, but when it came to repairing divine glyphs, he was not inferior. Absolutely no one could surpass his speed, unless a creator-level divine rune master came out. Otherwise, a divine rune grandmaster was trash in front of him. This is impossible. How can the recovery speed of a divine rune grandmaster be so fast? The evil soul really couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. He thought that he could make a comeback, but now it seemed that he was still being suppressed. As more and more divine glyphs were repaired, his strength was being suppressed more and more. The originally extremely terrifying aura was now getting weaker and weaker. If this continued, he wouldn't even need the Imperial Phoenix blood essence to suppress this evil soul. After his aura weakened, the amount of heavenly Een fire that was released became even less. It should be said that the amount that was released was enough, and it couldn't be released continuously. The evil soul also had a limit on his energy. If it was used up, he wouldn't be able to use it again. Because you are too inexperienced, idiot, Tianyin said sarcastically and continued to repair. In this situation, the evil soul began to go crazy. All of a sudden, a lot of heavenly Een fire swept over here, all for the last struggle. However, the Great Elder and the others had already intercepted these several times weaker attacks and suppressed them, blocking in front of Tianyin. Leave this to us. You just focus on repairing. One by one, They blocked in front of Tianyin. Now, they were not afraid of the evil soul's power. They could easily resist it. Not to mention that they were not afraid, Tianyin was also not afraid. Under the suppression of the divine rune, his strength was greatly weakened. Originally, he could absorb this attack and continue to repair the divine rune, but after thinking about it, he gave up. At present, he should focus on repairing. He couldn't delay the time to avoid accidents. As the repair speed increased, the evil soul's voice became softer and softer. Its power became weaker and weaker. As long as the divine rune grand array was gradually perfected, its power would be suppressed by a large part. They quickly approached the phoenix statue. At this time, the evil soul's power was not strong, so it was not able to cause any threat to them. This time, it will definitely be suppressed by us again. The Great Elder and the others were happy. It seemed that everything was going smoothly. "You trash! Don't even think of suppressing me. Don't even think about it." The evil soul suddenly formed a phantom in midair. It looked incomparably terrifying. They didn't expect that at the last moment it could still emerge from the ground and release such a terrifying power. It made the Great Elder and the others' hearts tremble. This was definitely the power of a holy king. Even if it was suppressed, the phantom power that was released still had such a terrifying power. "I choose you. Become my fleshly body." Suddenly, the evil soul rushed towards Tianyin. It's too fast. It seems like the evil soul has already finalized this plan. When the evil soul thinks that Tianyin is weak, it will immediately rush towards Tianyin, trying to seize a body to escape from this place, or send part of its soul out of this place. Tianyin's eyes turned cold, and just as he was about to use the devouring heaven divine technique to absorb this evil soul, the title of Soul Ferryman suddenly released a golden light, enveloping him. Bang! The black shadow instantly collided with the golden light, then let out a scream. It was ruthlessly rebounded, hit the wall, and a large part of the wall caved in. Then, accompanied by a scream, it turned into smoke and shrank back. It was obvious that it had suffered serious injuries. Chapter 503. The Soul Ferryman title had no effect on the evil soul's attacks. Even if the evil soul attacked, it wouldn't be reflected back. However, if the evil soul rushed over, it would be equivalent to an evil being getting close to the evil soul. It was just that the Soul Ferryman title was limited to preventing evil beings from getting close to the evil soul. It had nothing to do with killing them. Therefore, the Soul Ferryman title was only used to prevent evil beings from getting close to the evil soul. It had nothing to do with killing them. Now that the evil soul had rushed over, the rebound force was even more terrifying, directly injuring itself and almost turning it into ashes. What kind of power is this, my strength? The evil soul screamed. It was injured by its own strength. Its aura suddenly weakened a lot. It was much weaker than before. If it was previously at the Saint King stage, now it was estimated that it had fallen to the Void Spirit stage. After repairing the divine runes, coupled with the rebound attack, its strength had been greatly weakened. What's going on? The Great Elder and the others were shocked. They really couldn't figure out what was going on. Everything was too strange. They thought that the evil soul would forcibly enter Tianyin's body and then forcibly seize it or forcibly drill into it and refuse to come out. At that time, even if it couldn't seize Tianyin's body, it would at least be able to damage his soul. If the soul was damaged, it would be unable to continue repairing the great array, let alone strengthening the seal. Who knew that the powerful evil soul would suddenly be reflected back? They didn't understand what was going on, and it was already over. Hurry, hurry, hurry up and seal it. At this time, the Great Elder next to him reacted and hurriedly shouted. While the evil soul was weakened, quickly seal it. This way there was no need to use the Imperial Phoenix blood essence to suppress it, undoubtedly playing a role in saving energy. Tianyin nodded. He was completely fine. He could definitely continue to repair the seal. He lifted his foot and walked under the statue. There was a huge divine rune grand array here, now almost completely destroyed. If it was maintained for a period of time, it would be completely destroyed. He didn't waste any time and immediately began to repair. Without hesitation, he activated the crazy divine rune mode. The repair speed was quite amazing. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the rapid repair, no matter how many times they looked at it, they were still deeply shocked. If other grandmasters were here, they would definitely feel ashamed of their inferiority. If it was a grandmaster grade divine inscription or a 5th grade divine inscription, they wouldn't have any problems with such speed. The majority of grandmaster inscriptionists were able to do this, but to be able to repair a grandmaster level divine inscription in such a short period of time was simply unheard of, unless the creator level divine inscriptionist personally came. But this was only limited to legends. No one had ever seen a creator level divine inscriptionist. All of you, stop! Stop! After the vile soul recovered, it saw that the divine glyph formation was rapidly repairing itself, and it began to howl. He didn't want to continue being sealed here. This place was undoubtedly extremely lonely, even more so. It was just that his aura was already incomparably weak. Even if he wanted to struggle and break the divine inscription grand formation, it was already impossible. As the divine rune grand array repaired itself faster and faster, the sound grew softer and softer until it was almost inaudible. I will definitely be able to get out of here one day. No matter what kind of seal you put on me, it won't be able to seal me. The evil soul shouted one last time. Soon, his voice disappeared completely. Not a single sound could be heard. As long as he didn't kill the evil soul, he could destroy the seal, and the scene would repeat itself. If he didn't want this kind of thing to happen forever, there was only one condition, and that was to kill the evil soul. However, they didn't have the ability to kill the evil soul right now. However, Tianyan was a bit tempted. When his cultivation level increased, he would definitely come back to kill the evil soul. For him, killing the evil soul was equivalent to a lot of treasures. With the appraisal eye, a lot of data appeared in front of the evil soul. Among them, there was an ancient treasure, which was definitely much rarer than the tyrant stone tablet. As long as he killed the evil soul, he would be able to get it. As for the other treasures, there was no need to even mention the divine tool. How could he not want to kill the evil soul? Not only would he be able to solve the Phoenix clan's problem, but he would also be able to earn a lot of money for himself. However, so far he didn't have the ability to do this. He would have to wait until his cultivation level increased. He was at least at the late Spirit King stage, but it was impossible for him to be at the moment. As long as he had enough strength, he would definitely come back here again. At that time, he wouldn't be here to repair the divine glyph, but to break the divine glyph and let him out. Although he didn't need to fear the evil soul's possession, his attacks were still very terrifying. The key was that he couldn't kill the evil soul, and if it escaped, it would be very troublesome. Done. Successfully repaired the Grandmaster Divine Glyph Array. Reward: 10 million EXP, 10,000 proficiency. This was the biggest divine glyph array he had repaired so far, and it was also the most difficult. The reward was undoubtedly more generous. If he could repair more divine glyph arrays, he would be able to level up easily just by repairing the divine glyph here. Of course, if he wasn't in crazy mode, it would take a long time to repair it, and most importantly, it would consume a lot of energy. Finally, it's done. Tianyun's face was pale. He had repaired so many divine glyph arrays in a row, and it was already amazing that he could last until now. The faster the repair speed, the more spiritual power it consumed, especially in terms of mental power. It was even more amazing. This was not calculated according to the time, but the consumption of spiritual power. Even if the repair was completed in 1 second, the consumption of spiritual power still had to be calculated according to the entire divine glyph. After he finished repairing the divine glyph array, he sat in meditation and began to recover. He had consumed too much spiritual power, and the spiritual power in his body was completely depleted. If he didn't recover a bit, he would have a problem walking. The great elder and the others looked at each other and didn't say anything, and then began to deal with the rest of the things. After that, there was nothing else to deal with. He just needed to clean up the heavenly Een fire in the surroundings or some damaged areas. It was enough to clean up these areas. After a while, when Tianyin slightly recovered, he slowly opened his eyes, and at the same time, a pleasant sound entered his ears. Reward: 100 million EXP, 500. 000 crazy points. 100 Phoenix Clan favorability. Completed side quest. Help Phoenix Clan solve the problem. Finally, the side quest was completed. No wonder the reward was not low. The difficulty was still very high. It's just that he didn't get the next side quest, which made him feel a bit regretful. Chapter 504. Little brother, are you awake? This is a recovery pill. Take it quickly. The great elder handed a pill to Tianyin as soon as he saw him wake up. Tianyin immediately sat down to meditate, so they didn't have a chance to talk to him. Thank you, great elder. Tianyin took the pill without hesitation. This was a 4th grade recovery pill. It was definitely a holy pill. As soon as he took it, a cool feeling poured into his body and quickly restored his spiritual power. It was indeed a 4th grade recovery pill. It was much better than the one he brought with him. Since he had helped them so much, the great elder and the others would definitely not be stingy. They would definitely give him what he deserved. You're welcome. We should be the ones saying this. I didn't expect everything to go so smoothly. If it weren't for you, I would have died here. The great elder's eyes were full of gratitude. He didn't want to do this either. If he died, he wouldn't be able to continue managing the Phoenix Clan. He wanted to see the Phoenix Clan become stronger in the future. I brought him here. Elder Luo couldn't help but say. Everyone rolled their eyes at him. Why did he keep holding on to this? But they had to admit that if Elder Luo didn't want to bring him here, they would be really busy. All right, I know you're good. Elder Lei laughed. He was in a good mood. The other elders felt the same way. It was such a big problem, but it was solved so easily. Most importantly, there were no casualties. How could they not be happy? This is your reward. Take it. I said before that if you don't need it, I'll give it to you. The great elder took the box and handed it to Tianyin. He would never go back on his word. Tianyin thanked the great elder. Thank you, great elder. He accepted the blood essence of Imperial Phoenix and would see when he could use it or who he could give it to. This kind of thing that was comparable to a divine artifact, the more the better. You're welcome. In theory, this is not a reward. Go up first. We will entertain you well and fulfill our duty as a welcome guest. The great elder beamed with joy. Putting aside the reward for the time being, he had to entertain the entire Phoenix Clan first. Originally, if he had asked the Nether Heaven Divine Kingdom to help, the reward would have been too shocking. Giving them 20 drops of blood essence was not a big deal. In any case, ordinary Phoenix blood essence was enough. The most important thing was that there were 5 Phoenix eggs. This was too much. Now, even if they paid Tianyin, they could just give him a few more divine artifacts. Moreover, they did not want to be friends with the Nether Heaven Divine Kingdom, so they would rather give more treasures than to be friends with the Nether Heaven Divine Kingdom. Speaking of which, every time you suppress this evil soul, do you throw in a drop of this royal phoenix's blood essence? Tianyin asked after thinking for a moment. Yes, this is the only way to temporarily suppress him, and then quickly repair the divine veins. If not, we wouldn't even be able to get close to him. Just the aura he released made it, so that we wouldn't be able to approach him easily, let alone focus on repairing his divine inscriptions. The great elder shook his head. I feel that by throwing so much blood essence to the evil soul, it seems to be suppressing him, but in fact, it has evolved to the point where it can gradually devour the blood essence. Tianyin said in a deep voice, otherwise, how could this evil soul become stronger and stronger? Under the situation where it is sealed, it can continue to absorb energy from below? They looked at each other, and there was a look of horror in each other's eyes. If they thought about it carefully, it was really possible. After such a long time, it might really be possible for the evil soul to adapt to the phoenix blood essence. After being sealed for so long, it is really possible. The evil soul has been sealed for so long, and the energy it can absorb is very limited. Logically speaking, even if it breaks the seal, it should not be so strong. Could it be that what we did before was a mistake? The great elder thought about it and was a little shocked. No matter what, this evil soul must be eliminated as soon as possible. When the patriarch comes back, we must report this matter truthfully. Elder Luo and the others nodded, and their originally happy expression suddenly became cold. Although the seal was successful, the evil soul was still not dead. If this continued, wouldn't it have to be sealed again? Thinking of this, they couldn't help but look at Yi Tianyin. Immediately, the great elder looked at him and said firmly, "Little friend, if there is a problem with the seal, I hope you can come back and help us suppress this evil soul until we have the ability to eliminate it. Of course, we will give you a reasonable reward, and will never treat you badly. Of course, Yen is here. I will definitely come back from time to time to see you." Yi Tianyin thought for a moment and frankly said, "In fact, I also have an idea to tell you this time." "What is it?" "You may as well say it. If we can help, we will definitely help." The great elder said in a deep voice, "To tell you the truth, I have a grudge with Ming Qin of the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom." Elder Luo has seen this before. Yi Tianyin said in a deep voice, "So I want to ask for your help to deal with the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom." Their hearts trembled. Dealing with the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom together was equivalent to fighting against a huge divine kingdom. At that time, there would definitely be suffering. I am not asking you to send a large number of experts to support us, but to interfere with them and prevent them from going to the mortal world. My force is in the mortal world, so I am worried that they will attack." Yi Tianyin said in a deep voice, "In fact, we don't have a good impression of the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom, but it is too difficult to fight with them. There will definitely be countless casualties. We have to think about this carefully." The great elder said straightforwardly, "If it wasn't for our hatred, we really couldn't do this, but it is not a problem to interfere with them. Of course, you are from the mortal world, so you can rest assured about this. It is not so easy to go to the mortal world from the underworld. The stronger the cultivation, the more difficult it is to go up. Ming Chen can't go up by himself, but it is not a problem to send some small fries and crab generals." The great elder said, "If 2 strong experts go to the mortal world, it will easily cause the collapse of the world, so they can't go up. You can rest assured about this." "So that's how it is." Yi Tianyun's heart calmed down a little. It seems that Ming Chen was just trying to scare him. Yi Tianyin knew that Ming Chen was just trying to scare him. "How strong is the strongest that can't go up?" Yi Tianyin asked. "Late Spirit King stage. It's very difficult to go up unless you suppress your cultivation. Then you can go up. But if they really want to harm you, they will still send early Spirit King stage cultivators or void spirit stage cultivators." The great elder said, "I will help you in this regard. If the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom makes any move, I will inform you immediately." "Thank you, great elder," Yi Tianyin said gratefully. "The heavenly netherworld divine kingdom must destroy them." At this moment, a pleasant voice came from above. It was pleasant, but it was dignified. Soon after, a red figure came down from above. Chapter 505. A beautiful woman with fiery red hair walked down from the passageway. Beneath her fiery red hair that reached her waist was a delicate face. However, her beautiful face was filled with dignity. She walked over with a frown on her face. Every step she took seemed to merge with the heavens and earth, giving off a harmonious feeling. Yi Tianyin was even more surprised when he heard the word patriarch. He thought that the patriarch of the Phoenix clan would be a man. He didn't expect it to be a woman. Yi Tianyin looked up and saw the detailed data of the Phoenix clan. 100 Water Phoenix, 7th Layer Spirit King stage. Possesses an immortal fire that can destroy heaven and earth. It can be released at any time to burn everything. Has a strong talent. Bone age is 29 years old. Born with Phoenix divine body. Martial arts. Phoenix heavenly drive. Phoenix fire. Phoenix storm, etc. Weakness. Extreme Een and cold attacks. Comprehensive combat power. 4500, 000, 000, normal state. Can be killed to obtain. Tianyan didn't care about the rest of the information. After all, it was impossible for him to kill the 100 Water Phoenix, so whatever she dropped had nothing to do with him. The information was quite eye-catching. Reaching the 7th Layer Spirit King stage at the age of 29 was not just heaven-defying. It was simply a super monster. No wonder she could become the patriarch. Not only was she talented, but she also had great prestige. It was really amazing for her to reach this level at such a young age. The requirements to become the patriarch were not necessarily the strongest in terms of cultivation. As long as one's potential was shocking enough, coupled with a good leadership ability, that would be enough. If the person with the highest cultivation could become the patriarch, it would undoubtedly be the Great Elder. The Great Elder had the highest cultivation, which was at the peak of the Spirit King stage. However, 100 Water Phoenix became the patriarch. Patriarch, what did you just say? The Great Elder and the others were shocked. They didn't want to go to war with the heavenly netherworld divine nation. In the end, even if they managed to conquer the Nether Heaven Divine Kingdom, the result would be tragic. Probably only a few of them would survive. The heavenly netherworld divine nation was too strong. It was one of the top forces in the divine nation. How could they deal with them? As long as the heavenly netherworld divine nation didn't provoke them. They didn't want to fight against the heavenly netherworld divine nation. If the other party was just a 4th grade force, then it would really be able to help Tianyan intimidate them. There would be no problem at all. I mean, the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom will definitely destroy them. Bai Shui Huang walked over and repeated, what's going on? They were all dumbfounded. They had thought that they had heard wrongly, but now that they repeated it again, they were still shocked. I've been out for so long and investigated a lot of things, especially the situation with the evil spirit race. Do you know who is closest to the evil spirit race? Bai Shui Huang asked solemnly. Heavenly netherworld divine kingdom. Tianyan interrupted. Smart. That's right. They have the closest relationship with the heavenly netherworld divine nation. I suspect that the heavenly netherworld divine nation is a descendant of the evil spirit race. Bai Shui Huang said solemnly, especially when I heard that you were planning to ask the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom for help when there was a problem here. Fortunately, you didn't ask for their help. Otherwise, the Phoenix clan would have suffered a great calamity. When the elders heard this, they immediately broke out in cold sweat. Fortunately, they had refused before. If that was the case, wouldn't they have made a big mistake? Fortunately, we didn't agree to their request. If the price was low, we might have agreed. The Great Elder smiled awkwardly. They were in a very dangerous situation before, and if they continued like this, the heavenly Een fire would erupt from the inside. At that time, they would have no choice but to ask for help from the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom. They knew that you wouldn't be able to break the seal, and they have been intercepting all the grandmasters to prevent them from coming here. When the time comes, not only will they be able to kill us, but they will also be able to make a lot of money. Bai Shui Huang said solemnly, didn't they specifically ask for a low price and then release the evil spirit? Elder Luo asked doubtfully, do you think our ancestors' seal is that easy to break? And if we don't watch from the side, do you think they would dare to act recklessly? Bai Shui Huang sneered and said, they might have come here secretly, and although it seems like the seal is sealed, they might have secretly opened a hole so that the evil spirit can sneak out. It's possession. It's very likely to be a possession. Shopkeeper, Yi exclaimed. Yi Tianyin was almost possessed by the evil spirit before, but fortunately, he was able to bounce back in time. Well, that's it. In addition to using some secret methods, they can also secretly take away a part of the evil spirit. When the time comes, our Phoenix clan will be easily defeated. Bai Shuihuang turned her head and looked at Yi Tianyin and said, I felt that something was wrong, so I hurried back, but I didn't expect that this place had already been suppressed. I heard that it was the work of a human. It seems like it's you. Apart from him, there was no one else here. As long as one wasn't blind, they would be able to recognize him. Yes, it's me. Yi Tianyin smiled faintly. Even if she was a woman, she still looked very reliable. Bai Shuihuang and scrupulously looked at Yi Tianyin from head to toe for a long time, as if she wanted to see through him. Yi Tianyin felt a little embarrassed. Bai Shuihuang doesn't look like a woman at all. Her eyes are like a hooligan's. She keeps staring at him, sweeping back and forth. The great elder next to him was embarrassed, and just when he was about to say something, Bai Shuihuang had already spoken. What's your bone age? Bai Shuihuang asked after staring at him for a long time. I'm 19 this year. Yi Tianyin didn't hide anything. It wasn't a big secret for him, but it was more important to get a better bargaining chip. Only a genius could have an equal right to speak to another genius. 19. All of them were shocked. They thought that Yi Tianyin was at least 30 years old, but who would have thought that he was really 19 years old? It seems like it's the same as what I thought. To be able to repair so many divine runes at such a young age and reach the level of a grandmaster. Where did your master come from? Bai Shuihuang didn't think that these divine runes were repaired by them. They were not divine rune masters. So how could they repair these divine runes? The mortal world. Yi Tianyin grinned. From the mortal world. Bai Shuihuang was shocked. It was normal for such a genius to appear in the underworld or the heavenly realm, but it was incredible for such a genius to appear in the mortal world. Yes, is there a problem? Yi Tianyin said with a smile. There's no problem. Bai Shuihuang looked around and smiled. Let's go up first. This is not a good place to talk. I agree. Yi Tianyin smiled, and the two looked at each other and smiled, as if they had been friends for many years. Chapter 506. Under the lead of Bai Shuihuang, they returned to the ground. Many Phoenix clan members looked at them worriedly, but when they saw that they were safe and sound, the big stone in their hearts finally fell down. Daddy! At this time, Yenna ran over from the side and threw herself into Yi Tianyin's arms and said tearfully, Daddy, where did you go? I thought you didn't want me any more. The guard hurriedly caught up with him and said with an ashamed look, Elder Luo, she kept crying there, so I could only bring her here. Who knew? The guard didn't know that Yi Tianyin followed them down. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought Yenna here. Is this Aunt Luo's daughter? Bai Shuihuang was stunned when she saw Yan Er's face, because she looked so much like Luo Huang. Yes, it's Huang Er's child. Elder Luo sighed. Aunt Luo and you. Bai Shuihuang looked at Yi Tianyin in shock. It's a misunderstanding. I just saw her by accident. Then I found her mother and accepted her will. Yi Tianyin hurriedly explained. I said that the child doesn't look like you at all. How could it be yours? Bai Shuihuang rolled her eyes at him. Then why did you say that? Yi Tianyin also rolled his eyes at her. Come, sister will take you to play. When Bai Shuihuang reached out and wanted to hug Yan suddenly hid behind Yi Tianyin and looked at her. No, I want to play with Daddy. Yan didn't want to follow her at all. Bai Shuihuang stared at Yi Tianyin and said, What did you teach her? She doesn't want to follow me. What can I teach her? Yi Tianyin rolled his eyes and said, She doesn't want to follow you. You don't even have any intention of getting close to her. Bai Shuihuang's beautiful eyes flashed and immediately took out a 4th-grade pill and said with a smile, Yan what is this? The strong fragrance of the pill drifted over, and Yan couldn't help but poke her head out, and her eyes lit up as she said, I want to eat this." Then she ran out, snatched the pill, and stuffed it into her mouth. Bai Shui Huang took the opportunity to hug her and said, "Let's see where you can escape this time." "Let me go, let me go." Yen Er twisted her body as she ate, completely unaware that she had fallen into a trap. Patriarch. Elder Luo and the others watched from the side and didn't know what to say. Originally, they were going to talk business, but now it turned into playing with children. When I saw Aunt Luo's child, I couldn't help but want to hug her. Bai Shui Huang rubbed her little head and sighed. "I thought we would meet again, but now we are separated by life and death." Bai Shui Huang had a good relationship with Luo Huang when they were young, and Luo Huang often took her out to play, but who knew her beautiful eyes were filled with sadness. She felt that everything had happened so suddenly. She coldly looked at them and said, "What is going on? I want to know the details." Bai Shui Huang's eyes were filled with killing intent. Obviously, she cultivated the power of fire, but now she looked at Bai Shui Huang coldly and said, "We want to hold a meeting with all the elders of the Phoenix clan to discuss the details. We also want to discuss the matter of the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom." Elder Luo said solemnly, "According to what you said, Huang, Ai's death is likely related to the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom." Elder Luo's eyes flashed with a cold light. According to this speculation, the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom was their biggest enemy, and it was very likely that Luo Huang was attacked by them and then fled to the mortal world. "Well, let's hold a meeting with the elders and tell you all about the things I have learned all these years. I also want to know how to kill the evil soul." Bai Shui Huang said solemnly. The elders' eyes lit up. It would be great news if they could kill the evil soul. "Then I will take Yen Er back." Yi Tianyin felt that he should avoid arousing suspicion. Although he had helped a lot, he was still an outsider. "No! You also have to participate in the discussion, and you are also the hero this time. How can you be absent?" Bai Shui Huang looked at Yi Tianyin, and her expression completely changed. She didn't look as casual as before, and her majesty as a patriarch suddenly appeared. "Well, this Yen Er." Yi Tianyin looked at Yen Er in her arms. "Does he want to take her back to the elders' meeting?" It's fine." Bai Shui Huang smiled and took out another pill. She handed it to Yen Er and said, "Here, continue to eat. Elder sister has a lot of these pills. If you play with elder sister will give you a lot of these pills." I want to eat, as expected of a mother who has milk, and now that she has a pill, she immediately agreed. In fact, she felt a familiar aura. Although it was strange, it was still the aura of the same clan. Otherwise, Yen would not have asked for Bai Shui Huang's pill. For example, she could usually come out of the pet space, but in front of the humans, she would not choose to come out. She felt that their auras were too unfamiliar and they were not of the same race, so she would not come out. Yi Tianyin rolled his eyes. He felt that Bai Shui Huang was good at coaxing children. Immediately, Elder Luo and the others gathered all the elders and went to the elders' hall together. Yi Tianyin followed them to the elders' hall. It didn't take long for many elders and deacons to come in one after another. All of them were void spirit stage cultivators. Suddenly, the elders' hall was filled with people. Yi Tianyin glanced around and saw that there were a lot of spirit king stage cultivators. There were at least 8 or 9 of them, and more than 30 of them were void spirit stage cultivators. This was the power of a divine nation. There were too many strong cultivators here, and Yi Tianyin didn't know if there were any Saint King stage cultivators. "Patriarch, should we call the Supreme Elder and the others?" Elder Luo asked in a low voice. "No, they are in seclusion, so there is no need to disturb them. After we finish our discussion, we will pass on the situation here to them." Bai Shui Huang said. Elder Luo nodded and quickly began to make arrangements. After almost everyone had arrived, Bai Shui Huang stood up and looked at the crowd. "Elders, I have inquired about a lot of news over the past few years. Now that I have sorted it out, I would like to explain a few things to everyone." The first thing is that the evil spirit race is related to the heavenly netherworld divine nation. This information is absolutely correct, and we can basically confirm that the people of the heavenly netherworld divine nation are actually the descendants of the evil spirit race. The second thing is that the evil spirit race has always been a big problem for us. Even if we invited the Supreme Elder, he would not be able to kill it. Now we have a way to kill it, and that is the immortal flame. My immortal flame is still too weak, but when my cultivation goes further, I will have no problem killing the evil spirit, so everyone can rest assured. The third thing is that this human friend helped us reseal the evil spirit and almost let the heavenly netherworld divine nation take advantage of it. For this reason, I feel that he is qualified to be our Phoenix race's divine envoy. So I want him to become our Phoenix race's divine envoy. The three things were said one by one, and each was more shocking than the last. The last thing was that Tianyin became a divine envoy. The Phoenix race had never allowed a human to become a divine envoy before, and the status of a divine envoy was equivalent to that of an elder. Tianyin had helped a lot, but becoming a divine envoy directly set off a storm in everyone's hearts. Chapter 507. Bai Shuihuang's words shocked them one by one. Those who knew about it were still fine, but those who didn't know about it couldn't help but be shocked, especially when they learned that the evil spirit race was related to the heavenly netherworld divine nation. They were furious. They didn't expect that the heavenly netherworld divine nation was related to the evil spirit race, and they were even their descendants. So, the heavenly netherworld divine nation definitely didn't have any good intentions towards them. Back then, after fighting so much with the evil spirit race, they were still able to endure it so patiently. If the Phoenix clan was weaker, they would definitely be completely crushed. The gap between the two wasn't that big, so the heavenly netherworld divine nation didn't make a move. If they really fought, even if the heavenly netherworld divine nation won, they would suffer heavy losses. They were not the only two forces in the ghost world. There were many other divine nation forces. Once they became weak, they would be swallowed up. There were many strong cultivators in the ghost world, and the Spirit King stage was just a cultivation that could stand firm. The real strong cultivators were the Saint King stage. But now, most of them were hidden, and they wouldn't come out unless it was a critical moment. Generally, those who had reached this level of cultivation were old experts. If they really fought, they would consume their blood chi. More often than not, it would be a fight to the death. Therefore, Saint King stage cultivators generally didn't participate in battles. Participating in a battle meant that victory or defeat would be decided. I believe that everyone has a lot of doubts. Let's explain them one by one. The heavenly netherworld divine nation must resist, but we can pretend that we don't know anything on the surface. But we have to be careful in the dark. Now is not the right time. If we don't fight against them, the heavenly netherworld divine nation will definitely come to swallow us. According to my information, not only the heavenly netherworld divine nation will join the war, but even the heavenly tiger divine nation will also join forces with the heavenly netherworld divine nation to deal with us. Another piece of explosive news came out, shocking them greatly. Heavenly tiger divine nation. Why did they choose to deal with us? We have never had much friction with them. Shopkeeper Yi frowned. This was not good news for them. Elder Yi, do you think that in this world, as long as you stay at home, nothing will happen to you? Bai Shuihuang said indifferently. It seems that you have been living in seclusion for too long, right? Is it because of the Phoenix bloodline? Shopkeeper Yi said solemnly. That's right. Our Phoenix race bloodline is their target. The heavenly netherworld divine nation invited them to deal with it together. How could they not join forces when they have the confidence? Bai Shuihuang said coldly. Not only that, there are other divine kingdom's forces who want a piece of the pie. This information is extremely well hidden. It took me a lot of effort to discover it. This time, everyone became silent. Their brows were tightly furrowed, and none of them could bring themselves to be happy. Originally, they were all very happy to be able to solve the problem of the evil soul. But now, after hearing this news, they immediately felt that danger was everywhere. When Yi Tianyin heard this, he realized that the situation of the Phoenix clan was even worse than his own. If it wasn't for the fact that he had a strong foundation, this place would have been in ruins by the time he arrived. It seems that we have to make a good plan and recall all the clansmen. We can't go out at will, Elder Luo said in a deep voice. Now that danger was everywhere, if the clansmen casually went out, it was very likely that they would meet with mishaps. Yes, this is one of the reasons why I asked you to come here. Summon all the clansmen back to prevent a tragedy from happening. Bai Shuihuang's eyes flashed coldly. This matter had already happened a long time ago, and Luo Huang was one of the victims. It's not difficult to deal with the evil soul. When my cultivation breaks through to the peak of the Spirit King stage, I will be able to kill it. Bai Shuihuang turned to look at Yi Tianyin and said, Moreover, he can also control the immortal fire. With the two of us working together, suppressing the evil soul won't be a problem. All of a sudden, everyone's eyes focused on Yi Tianyin and then back to him again. He can also control the immortal fire? All of them were shocked. Many of them didn't know about Yi Tianyin's situation, and some of them didn't come to help. The main reason was that the Phoenix clan was very big, and they had to stay in their respective positions. Unless the situation was very urgent, they wouldn't go out at will. Yes, please show it to the elders. Bai Shuihuang gestured to Yi Tianyin. Yi Tianyin nodded and raised his hand. The immortal fire rose up, and a burning sensation instantly enveloped the whole room. Everyone looked at the immortal fire in horror. He can really control it. He immediately put it away, and the temperature in the room quickly dropped. Therefore, it's not difficult to kill the evil soul. As long as we both improve our cultivation, we will be able to kill it. Bai Shuihuang couldn't guarantee that the evil soul would still be a terrifying existence after being suppressed for so long. Yi Tianyin didn't have any objection to this. He was happy to deal with the evil soul together with Bai Shuihuang. After all, he wanted to deal with the evil soul before. After killing it, the things that had dropped were quite good, so how could he miss it? The elders nodded and looked at Yi Tianyin a few more times with a little hope in their eyes. The position of divine envoy, this is a lot easier to accept, right? Controlling the immortal fire, helping us suppress the evil soul, and bringing back Aunt Luo's child. This character is definitely able to stand up to the test. Therefore, as a divine envoy, this position is nothing special. Strength. He has the strength of a divine rune grandmaster. Let such a genius become our Phoenix clan's divine envoy. Do you think this position is not worthy of him? Bai Shuihuang's explanation was thrown out one by one, making them accept it a lot. They had to admit that Bai Shuihuang's persuasion ability was very strong. Everyone looked at each other, and Elder Luo and the others smiled. They had already accepted Yi Tianyin in their hearts, so being a divine envoy was nothing special. The position of a divine envoy was indeed equivalent to that of an elder, but it didn't mean that it gave a lot of power. The problem was that if the outside world knew about it, it would cause a huge uproar. The Phoenix clan has always hated humans, and now that a human became a divine envoy, wouldn't it be shocking? This is definitely the first time in history that the position of a divine envoy is given to a human. But no matter what, some rules can't be broken. At this time, an elder stood up from his chair and looked at Bai Shuihuang. He has to go through the test of the Phoenix Mountain. Otherwise, I will be the first to disagree with him becoming a divine envoy. This test is necessary whether it's for outsiders or our own. Bai Shuihuang looked at Yi Tianyin and said, Are you willing to become our divine envoy? Yi Tianyin didn't hesitate and said with a smile, It would be my honor. Of course, he was happy to become a divine envoy of the Phoenix clan. It meant that he would have a strong ally. The most important thing was to lay a solid foundation, which would be of great help when he came to the ghost world in the future. Chapter 508. Bai Shuihuang didn't discuss much with Yi Tianyin. She was the only one who spoke, and the matter of Yi Tianyin becoming the divine envoy was finalized. If it was any other place, they would have already been scolded to death. But by Shui Huang's mouth was very sharp. Most of the elders didn't come here to give their opinions, but to listen to the announcement. After the announcement, the meeting was basically over. There was nothing else to do, so they immediately entered the discussion room to discuss how to deal with the enemy. They were not safe at all, and they could enter a war at any time, so they had to discuss countermeasures and strengthen the Phoenix clan's defense. The Phoenix clan was facing a combined attack from 2 divine kingdoms, so they had to strengthen their defense. As a mythological beast, they were indeed very strong, but it was 1 against 2, so the meaning was completely different. While they were discussing countermeasures, Yi Tianyin had already left with Yan Er. This kind of thing was not something he needed to know. Although he would become a divine envoy, he wouldn't be asked to work for the Phoenix clan, so he didn't need to stay in the discussion room. Moreover, he had not truly become a divine emissary yet, so he still had to come out. If he became a divine emissary, he could choose to listen or not. "Daddy, where are we going to play?" Yan Er was unaware of the situation. She was too young, so how could she know the details? "Let's walk around here." Yi Tianyin took her little hand and walked along the side of the sycamore tree. Yan Er jumped up and down and pulled him along for a walk. Seeing Yan Er so happy, Yi Tianyin couldn't help but wonder if his future children would be as happy as her. Yan Er didn't have high requirements. She just liked to walk around and play with the sycamore tree. But soon, a group of children ran towards them, and when they saw Yan Er, they couldn't help but blink. "Do you want to come and play with us?" One of the children shouted. Yan Er also looked at them, hesitating whether she should go or not. "Come, let's go and play with them." Yi Tianyin couldn't help but smile when he saw his peers. He was just about to ask where he could meet his peers, but a group of children came over, and Yan Er finally ran over and played with them. He looked up and found that it was Pu Rin who had brought people over. He looked at them and said, "Don't run around, don't fight, and get along well." Pu Rin looked at the group of children who were running away helplessly. But when he looked at Yi Tianyin, his eyes lit up. He sat down beside him and said excitedly, "Oracle, how did you control the immortal flames? This is something only the patriarch can control." "This. I'll learn it as I practice." Yi Tianyin didn't know what to say. His inextinguishable flame was a gift from the very beginning. Who knew that it would be so domineering? Moreover, it was a top-grade flame. "I'll learn it as I cultivate." Pu Ren was speechless. This explanation was really far-fetched. After thinking for a while, he said, "Divine Messenger, when you return to the mortal world, can you bring me along?" Finally, after chatting for a while, he immediately told the truth. "Take you back to the mortal world? What are you going to do in the mortal world?" Yi Tianyin looked at him and said doubtfully, "The cultivation environment in the mortal world is much worse than here. If you cultivate here, you'll be able to break through faster." Pu Ren was still young, but he was already at the 7th level of core transformation stage. If he continued to cultivate here, he would definitely be able to break through to the void spirit stage. If he went to the mortal world, he didn't know how long it would take for him to break through. This time, Pu Ren didn't answer immediately. Instead, he was silent for a while and finally said slowly, "I'm going to find my sister." "Sister? Your sister went to the mortal world?" Yi Tianyin was puzzled. "I don't know. She left home for a long time. I looked everywhere for her, but I couldn't find her. Master, and I looked for her for a long time, but there was no news. I thought she might have gone to the mortal world." Pu Ren's unruly expression was actually hiding this thought. "How long ago was this?" Yi Tianyin asked. "Same as Aunt Luo. She disappeared for more than 2 years." Pu Ren said truthfully. Yi Tianyin fell into silence. It was very likely that he was hunted down like Luo Huang and finally escaped to the mortal world, or died in the ghost world. "I know what you're thinking. but I won't take you to the mortal world. First of all, the elders won't let you go with me. The situation is too dangerous right now. Plus, the Phoenix clan needs more power. You can't leave. Eteonian shook his head and refused. The Phoenix clan was in such a desperate situation. How could they let them go? But my sister. Pu Ren gritted his teeth. He just wanted to find his sister. I will pay more attention to this. When I return to the mortal world, I will definitely help you find your sister. Tianyun promised. Really? Then I'll leave it to you, Oracle. Pu Ren said excitedly. Suddenly he thought of something and quickly took out a bottle of medicinal pill and handed it to Tianyun. I don't have any reward. I will give this bottle of medicinal pill to you. The medicinal pill that Tianyun handed to him was of high quality. It was a bottle of void spirit pill, which was very suitable for void spirit cultivators. No need, you can keep this medicinal pill and use it well in the future. Tianyun immediately refused. It was not useful to him. It was equivalent to a good EXP pill. Divine Messenger, please accept it, otherwise I will not feel at ease. Pu Ren looked at Tianyun with burning eyes. He didn't have any treasure, so he could only give him some medicinal pill. Tianyun looked at Pu Ren's firm eyes and finally accepted the bottle of medicinal pill. Otherwise, Pu Ren would not feel at ease. Well, I will accept this reward. Tianyun smiled. He can only hope that he can find some information. Ding successfully accepted the side quest. Help Pu Ren find the whereabouts of sister. Reward: 30 million EXP 100. 000 crazy point, 300 prestige point, and got the title King of Finder. Tianyun was stunned when he received the side quest. He didn't know whether he should laugh or cry because he didn't know the effect of this title. Only after he got it, he will know what the effect of this title is. Pu Ren took out a painting and handed it to Tianyun. This is the portrait of my sister. Tianyun took it and slowly opened it. He saw a strange face. He was sure that he had never seen it before. Moreover, if he had seen it before, he would definitely know that it was the Phoenix clan. Even if he hid it well, under the appraisal eye, he would still be able to see it. I have a general idea, but I don't plan to return to the mortal world yet. I will definitely send someone to help you find it. Tianyun nodded. Thank you very much, Divine Messenger. Pu Ren said gratefully. I haven't become a Divine Messenger yet. It's not appropriate to keep calling me Divine Messenger. Tianyun said with a smile. Chapter 509. Pu Ren's tone was very certain that Tianyun would be able to pass the test. Since Tianyun was able to suppress the evil soul, he should have no problem passing the test. Then I'll be counting on your words to pass the test. Tianyun smiled and didn't say anything. You don't need to count on me at all. With your strength, you will definitely pass the test. Not only did you master the immortal fire, but you are also a divine rune grandmaster. Pu Ren said enviously. I don't know if I can master the immortal fire. If you are a member of the Phoenix clan, you will definitely be the next patriarch. Is there such a thing? Tianyun was puzzled. Yes, the immortal fire is the absolute sacred fire of our Phoenix clan. As long as a member of the Phoenix clan can master the immortal fire, they will definitely become the next patriarch. As long as they don't have a bad record, the next patriarch will definitely inherit the position. Pu Ren said with a smile. Sister Bai succeeded the position smoothly. Of course, her talent is amazing, and she also knows how to manage the Phoenix clan. She is definitely the leader of our Phoenix clan. She will definitely lead our Phoenix clan to glory. Pu Ren's eyes flashed with admiration as he looked at Bai Shuihuang. Tianyun nodded. It seems that Bai Shuihuang's prestige is not small. It should be said that she has been respected since she was a child. Patriarch. Pu Ren immediately jumped up from his chair and looked at the front respectfully. Tianyun turned his head and saw Bai Shui Huang walking towards them from a distance. Behind her was shopkeeper Yi and the others. It seems that they have already discussed the matter. Pu Ren stood very straight, which made him chuckle. Pu Ren was even nervous now. Compared to shopkeeper Yi, Pu Ren respected Bai Shui Huang more. "Little Ren, don't be so nervous. Didn't you always play with me behind my back? I haven't seen you for more than a year. Look at how nervous you are now." Bai Shui Huang reached out and patted Yi Tianyun's shoulder. Pu Ren touched his nose embarrassedly and said, "No, no. How could he not be nervous when he was even stuttering? Don't be so nervous, you hear me?" Bai Shui Huang stared at him. "Yes, Chief." Pu Ren's speech immediately became smoother, but he still stood ramrod straight. It was difficult for him to recover for the time being. Bai Shui Huang smiled and didn't say anything. She turned to look at Yi Tianyun and said, "I'll arrange a place for you to rest for a few days. This trial is not easy. Even if you have the immortal fire, it will still be difficult." Yi Tianyun nodded. Since the status of a divine envoy was the same as that of an elder, it would definitely not be easy. All that was left was to rest for a few days. After all, he had just dealt with the evil soul. He really needed to rest for a few days. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to recover. A few days passed in a blink of an eye. Yi Tianyun had already adjusted his condition to its peak. When he came out, he found Bai Shui Huang playing with Yen, or happily. Bai Shui Huang's beautiful eyes narrowed into a line as she smiled. It was really hard to tell that she was a patriarch. When she was serious, she was a patriarch, and when she wasn't, she was a beautiful big sister. This suddenly reminded him of Shi Shun. When she was serious, she looked like a palace lord. When she was not serious, she looked like a big sister who cared about him. And Yi Tianyun's heart was filled with warmth. When this matter is over, he will definitely marry Shi Shun. For so many years, she has been so good to him. No matter what, he will take her for himself. This was his possessiveness. He will never give Shi Shun to anyone. "Have you recovered?" Bai Shui Huang stood up. "Yes, I can go to the trial any time." Yi Tianyun nodded. "Well, come with me." Bai Shui Huang didn't forget to bring Yen to the Phoenix Mountain. Yi Tianyun followed behind. "Bai Shui Huang, why do you trust me so much? Why do you support me to become a divine envoy?" It was the first time we met. Bai Shui Huang wanted to ask this question before, but he didn't have the time to ask. "It's very simple. You help the Phoenix clan. You have the immortal fire, and you are very close to Yenner." Bai Shui Huang said straightforwardly, "After I become a divine envoy, I will represent the Phoenix clan." "Why are you so careless?" Yi Tianyun's judgment on her is too fast. It's the first time he met her and knew about these things. But he immediately made up his mind. It's really decisive. There is nothing to be careless about. If we let you slip away, it will be the loss of our Phoenix clan. Bai Shui Huang smiled and said, "Our Phoenix clan has always believed in one thing, and that is the immortal fire. Whoever possessed the inextinguishable flame would be the future of the Phoenix race. Moreover, they would possess an absolutely upright personality. Although it sounds a little casual, I believe in it. In fact, in the end, I like you. That's enough. If I make the wrong choice, it's my responsibility. It's that simple." Bai Shui Huang smiled and pinched Yen Er's cheeks. "What do you think of your father?" "Daddy is very good. He gave me a lot of fire to eat, gave me a lot of medicinal pellets to eat, and is very good to me." Yen smiled happily and turned to Yi Tianyun. "Interesting, very interesting, patriarch." Yi Tianyun shook his head helplessly. He really didn't think too much about it. Soon, they arrived in front of a mountain. This mountain was the Phoenix Mountain. From afar, it looked like a phoenix was resting, but in the middle of the mountain was a volcano. They landed on the edge of the mountain, and as soon as Yi Tianyun went down, he felt the scorching heat coming from below, but the effect was minimal. Originally, Yi Tianyun had a strong yang flame, so this temperature would not affect him at all. Moreover, his cultivation was not low, so it would not cause any harm to him. Tianyin looked down and found that the most surprising thing about this place was not the volcano, nor the temperature of the lava, but the fire parasol trees that grew on the edge of the volcano. The most important thing was that there were a lot of phoenixes resting on top of the fire parasol trees. So many phoenixes. Can't they turn into human form? Tianyin wondered. Yes, they're the most primitive phoenixes. They have not evolved, but they have the purest ancient phoenix blood. Your trial is very simple. You just need to make one of the phoenixes recognize you. Then you can become a divine envoy. Bai Shuihuang smiled and said, but at the same time you will have to bear the impact of the Phoenix Mountain's flames. So you have to be careful. I can become a divine envoy just like that? Tianyin was startled. He thought that there would be some kind of trial, or a lot of elders ganging up on him. But who knew that it would be to make a divine beast recognize him? Chapter 510. Tianyin thought that it was very simple. In fact, if he used his pet capture skill, the phoenix would definitely become his pet. But this was a bit too much. It didn't feel like he was using his own strength to gain recognition. Moreover, if he used his pet capture skill directly, it might not be successful. As a divine beast, it would be very difficult to capture it. In any case, he didn't intend to use his pet capture skill. He planned to rely on his own strength to gain their recognition. You think it's easy? We phoenixes are very sensitive. We can feel whether your temperament is good or bad, and we can also feel if we are compatible with you. Even we can't easily gain the recognition of this ancient phoenix. Bai Shuihuang explained, You are originally phoenixes. What does it matter? Tianyin shook his head. We are originally phoenixes, but now we can't change back. If we can gain the recognition of the ancient phoenix, it's equivalent to having more combat partners. Why not? Bai Shuihuang laughed. Okay. Tianyin thought that they could change back to phoenixes at any time. But it seems that they have evolved too much. It's impossible for them to change back to their original form. At most, they can only grow some feathers, but they can't change back to their original form. Of course, it's not very difficult to change back, but basically no one is willing to change back. Bai Shuihuang smiled and said, It's more convenient to move, so why would anyone want to change back? Their human form is relatively small, but their strength is not reduced at all, so they certainly don't want to return to their original form. At this time, many elders flew over and landed on the side to watch. They all wanted to observe the divine envoy's trial to see if Tianyin could succeed. Patriarch, all of us elders are here as witnesses. We can begin now. They all came to witness Tianyin's trial, and if he succeeds, they will recognize Tianyin's identity. When the time comes, they will announce it to the entire race. Well, you can start now. I hope you can get the recognition of the phoenix very smoothly. Bai Shuihuang said. Tianyin nodded, but just when he was about to fly down, Yenner encouraged him. Daddy, you can do it! Thank you for your encouragement, Yenner. Tianyin smiled and flew down. Just as he flew down, the entire Phoenix Mountain trembled slightly. Soon, flames erupted from below. As if sensing that someone had barged in, the volcano immediately began to attack. When a terrifying pillar of fire surged up, Tianyin opened his palm and executed the heaven-devouring divine art, absorbing the flames into his body. Obtained 600 proficiency points, 800 proficiency points, 1,000 proficiency points. The experience gained from absorbing the flames was considerable. In the blink of an eye, it was all absorbed. These flames were meaningless to him. Whoever wants to be my partner, come over here. Tianyin body's immortal fire emerged. The blazing immortal fire surged around. The domineering immortal fire fiercely suppressed the flames that were ready to rush up. Under this absolutely domineering flame, those lower-grade flames are naturally easily suppressed, unable to set off even the slightest storm. Tianyin had just ascended, but he already used such a domineering power to start the battle, which made Bai Shui Huang and the others smile. Using his own strength to attract the phoenix as his companion was a wise move. As a quite spiritual phoenix, its spiritual wisdom is quite amazing, so it will definitely choose a strong person as a companion. If the other party's strength is not even half of their own, how can they fight side by side? This method is good. But we phoenixes don't rely on strength alone to choose our most trusted companion. We are proud phoenixes. How can we casually go over? Especially humans. Phoenixes are born to hate humans. Honestly, going over to choose is the right thing to do. Isn't waiting for the phoenix to come over and choose for themselves a bit too much? One by one, the elders shook their heads at Yi Tianyun's behavior. They felt that Yi Tianyun's action was meaningless. There was absolutely no way a phoenix would fly over to him. One by one, the phoenixes looked up at Yi Tianyun, and after staring at him for a moment, accompanied by a cry, the first phoenix flew over at an unimaginable speed. After the first phoenix flew over, there would be a second one flying toward Yi Tianyun one after another, and Yi Tianyun couldn't stop them at all. All the elders were dumbfounded. How could this be? How is this possible? The phoenix flew directly to him. Why didn't they observe him carefully? Where's the arrogance of our phoenix? Why didn't they observe his character carefully? Oh my God! All of them flew over. What the hell are they doing? All of them were tongue-tied. Nobody expected this to happen. No matter what, the phoenixes should have flown over slowly, or at least one or two would have flown over to take a look. Now that a group of phoenixes flew over, except for a few that didn't, most of them had flown over. They didn't know that Yi Tianyun's character was extremely high, and he actually looked at his character. This meant that he could crush everything easily. Groups of phoenixes circled around him and cried, as if they were telling him to choose himself. However, no matter how many phoenixes flew over, they could only choose one. After choosing one, the rest would leave. Phoenixes were proud mythological beasts, and it was enough to have one following. Then, they would quickly leave without a second thought. Luckily, that indigo phoenix didn't choose him. Many of them heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that the indigo phoenix didn't choose Yi Tianyun. This indigo phoenix was perched on the largest fire parasol tree. It was different from the other phoenixes, and one could tell that its feathers were blue. It was very peculiar, and its feathers were blue. Its cultivation was also domineering. It was at level 5 of the void spirit stage, and it was much stronger than the other phoenixes. Most of the phoenixes were at the core transformation stage, and very few of them were at the void spirit stage. However, this indigo phoenix's cultivation was superior to all the other phoenixes, and it was definitely the strongest phoenix. Moreover, its appearance was unique, and it was definitely the most eye-catching phoenix. So many phoenixes had flown over to look for Yi Tianyun, but this indigo phoenix didn't move at all. It still chose to lie there, and it looked over from time to time, as if it was not interested at all. This made them heave a sigh of relief. At least this indigo phoenix didn't go over, or else they would have lost all their face. Chapter 5:11. There were so many phoenixes hovering around Yi Tianyun, allowing him to choose freely. It really shocked everyone. They thought that it would be very difficult and it would take a lot of effort to be recognized. Most of the people who came to be recognized by the phoenixes had to display a set of martial arts and release their strength to attract the phoenixes. Yi Tianyun just had to stand there and release the immortal fire to attract most of the phoenixes. This was too open and not reserved at all. The elders of the Phoenix clan shook their heads. They felt that these phoenixes were too disappointing. It would be better if they were more reserved. However, the arrogance of the indigo phoenix saved some face. As expected of the indigo phoenix, many people have been challenging it, but they all failed. The 100-water phoenix smiled slightly. This indigo phoenix was very arrogant. Those who came to be the god's messenger wanted it as their mount. However, no matter what they did, they could not get the attention of the indigo phoenix. "Come with me. I can give you more power." Tianyin pointed at the indigo phoenix and signaled it to follow him. The indigo phoenix raised its head and looked at him. Its blue eyes were filled with disdain. Who doesn't know how to brag? It did not believe that Tianyin could make it stronger. Tianyin was humiliated. The elders smiled. Although they did not dislike Tianyin and were grateful to Tianyin, it was still a good thing to humiliate him. After all, it was too easy for him to get everything. It would mean that the god's messenger was worthless. Of course, it was only limited to the indigo phoenix. If he wanted to be the god's messenger, he could have become one as soon as he came down. There were so many phoenixes for him to choose from. How could he fail? "You have a temper. How about this?" Tianyin reached out his hand, and the immortal fire rose up again. An amazing heat forced the phoenix to retreat a distance away from him. Many phoenixes were not only interested in Tianyin's character, but also his immortal fire. When they cultivated to the peak, they also had the chance to control the immortal flame, so they all wanted to follow Tianyin, who knew that after releasing the inextinguishable flame, the indigo phoenix would still glance at it casually. She was not interested at all, unlike the other phoenixes who had a thirsty look in their eyes. Haha, even the inextinguishable fire is useless. How can the indigo phoenix be moved by the inextinguishable fire? The inextinguishable flame means nothing to it. That's right. It looks like we don't know how long it will take for someone to bring the indigo phoenix away. It's not a good idea to keep staying down there. It's fine. At the very least, we'll let him know that we phoenixes aren't so easily taken away. The elders smiled happily. They felt that Tianyin was doing something useless, and that the indigo phoenix would not be attracted to him. Sometimes it wasn't just because one's cultivation was strong enough that they would be willing to go with you. Only when their attributes matched would they be able to cooperate well. Your daddy can't tame the indigo phoenix this time. He can only choose the other phoenixes. No one can challenge the indigo phoenix successfully. Bai Shuiwang smiled. Before she came here, she thought that Tianyin would be able to tame the indigo phoenix. She didn't expect him to fail in the end. Daddy won't lose. Daddy will let them know how powerful you are. Bring that big bird here. Yen Er waved her little fist and cheered for Tianyin. Tianyin turned his head and looked at her. He smiled and said, "No problem. I'll bring it here. I'll bring you to the sky to play." The other elders shook their heads. Everyone could say the same thing, but they were afraid that they would be disappointed if they couldn't do it. Immediately, Tianyin looked at the indigo phoenix again and smiled. "It seems like the inextinguishable flame can't attract you. How about this?" With a wave of his hand, the netherworld flame madly rose. The high-grade earth netherworld flame immediately released a cold air in all directions, forcing many of the phoenixes back, not daring to come closer. Under the influence of the flame of the netherworld, the surrounding area was quickly frozen. Even the lava that was about to come out was frozen into ice sculptures. Chirp! The indigo phoenix screamed and stood up from the fire parasol tree. At this moment, there was a pile of ice under its seat. It was obvious that the indigo phoenix had the ice attribute, not the fire attribute. When Tianyin used the flame of the netherworld, many people were shocked. They never thought that Tianyin would have the flame of the netherworld. It was such a cold and gloomy flame. With the inextinguishable flame, how could he have the flame of the netherworld? The answer was that it was possible. Tianyin had completely answered this question. He let them know that he had two types of flames. The key was that one was yin and one was yang. It was really shocking. This is the flame of the netherworld. He can even control the flame of the netherworld. It can't be. He has the inextinguishable flame and can control the flame of the netherworld. How is this possible? This is unbelievable. He can even control such a cold and gloomy flame. Could it be that he was able to extinguish the fire of heavenly Een previously, because he has the flame of the netherworld? The elders were dumbfounded. They were shocked again. Previously, they were shocked by the phoenix's lack of restraint. Now, they were even more shocked that Wang Xian could control 2 types of flames. This was much more shocking than before. The 2 types of flames were like water and fire, but they existed in one person's body. The most important thing was that the indigo phoenix flew towards Yi Tianyin without hesitation. It looked at the flame of the netherworld and screamed excitedly, following which there was a roar from its body. The flame of the netherworld was also emitted and froze the surrounding area. Under the presence of the man and the beast, the scorching volcano suddenly became cold. This was enough to prove how shocking the coldness of the flame of the netherworld was. "Are you willing to be my partner?" Yi Tianyin smiled. He could already tell that the indigo phoenix was actually an ice phoenix. Therefore, the inextinguishable flame was useless. He was just trying to see if he could attract it. It seemed like he still had to use the flame of the netherworld to attract it. Within the Phoenix clan, there were too few who had mutated flames. Therefore, it wasn't that the indigo phoenix was too arrogant. It was because the other party wasn't suitable for it. Therefore, it couldn't follow them. The attributes of both of them were incompatible. When they fought, it would be too restrictive. Therefore, it had to find someone with the same attribute. However, there were too many normal phoenix flames in the Phoenix clan. To the indigo phoenix, it couldn't get along. Therefore, it kept rejecting them. Now that Yi Tianyin had displayed the flame of the netherworld, the indigo phoenix was also excited to display the flame of the netherworld. It indicated that they had the same flame and could work together perfectly. "Hoo-hoo!" the indigo phoenix screamed. Such a cheerful sound undoubtedly meant that it had agreed to become Yi Tianyin's pet. "All right, from today onwards, you are my partner." Chapter 512. Successfully subdued Ice Phoenix. Gained 5 million EXP. Pet Capture Mastery gained 10,000 proficiency. Yi Tianyin never thought that he would get a reward without using his skills. Originally, he thought that he had to use his skills in order to gain EXP, but now it seems that he doesn't need to do that at all. "Not bad, not bad." Yi Tianyin gently stroked it and immediately sat on the Ice Phoenix. The Ice Phoenix let out a cry and immediately took him to the sky. In the blink of an eye, it had already rushed to the sky. Its speed was much faster than the other phoenixes. It was very excited. Finally, someone can take it away. How could it not be happy? If there is no oracle to take it away, it can't leave this place. Although it wants to go out, it doesn't mean that it will do as it pleases. Now that it has found something suitable for itself, it immediately chose to follow. After circling a big circle in the air, it quickly flew down and landed beside Bai Shui Huang. "Daddy, I knew you would succeed." Yan jumped up and threw herself into Yi Tianyin's arms. Yi Tianyin hugged Yan and jumped down from the Ice Phoenix. He smiled and put Yan on top of the Ice Phoenix. The Ice Phoenix screamed in displeasure. It seems like it doesn't like people other than Yi Tianyin to ride on top of it. Although Yan is a phoenix, it doesn't mean that it can accept her. "Hold on tight. If you fall down, I'll teach you a lesson." Yi Tianyin stared at it, and the Ice Phoenix immediately became listless. It had to lie on the ground to prevent Yan from falling down. Yi Tianyin smiled. The elders around him looked at him up and down and said in amazement, "What the hell is going on? You can control 2 kinds of flames." Bai Shui Wang also looked at him in shock. She thought that Yi Tianyin couldn't subdue the Ice Phoenix this time, but she didn't expect that he really could. Then she also discovered that Yi Tianyin has another secret, the netherworld fire. When I was in the mortal realm, after I absorbed the netherworld flame, I discovered that I could control it. It's that simple. Yi Tianyin's words were half true and half false. After killing the netherworld great emperor, in theory, it was equivalent to absorbing the energy into his body. You can control it just by absorbing it. This is too miraculous. You clearly have the immortal flame. So how can you still have this kind of cold flame? Could it be a dual constitution? Extreme yin and extreme yang constitution? They looked at each other and expressed their own judgment. They felt that it was the only way to obtain two kinds of flames at the same time. Otherwise, how could he control two kinds of flames at the same time? This should be, Tianyin didn't deny it. What kind of physique did he have? Not to mention 2 kinds of flames, he could even control 10 kinds of flames easily without any pressure. This was all because of the system. He could control as many types of flames as he wanted, and there was no problem with his equipment. Based on their common sense, they would definitely go crazy. This is too magical. Unbelievable. They all shook their heads in disbelief. They had never seen such a situation before, but it happened right in front of them. It seems like it was the right choice to let you become a divine envoy. With such amazing talent, it would be a great loss for us to let you go. Bai Shui Huang said with a smile. She felt that recruiting Yi Tianyin was the right choice. Congratulations on becoming our divine envoy. The elders had to admit that Yi Tianyin was strong. Even the ice phoenix was subdued. They could say that they lost completely. None of the phoenixes were reserved. In the end, they were completely at his mercy. Immediately, Bai Shui Huang handed a token to Yi Tianyin. The token was clearly engraved with the word Divine Envoy, which represented her recognition of his position here. This is your identity token. From now on, you will represent our Phoenix clan. No matter what you do outside, it is equivalent to representing the Phoenix clan. If you make a mistake, the Phoenix clan will protect you. If you want to fight someone, the Phoenix clan will support you. If anyone dares to bully you, the Phoenix clan will avenge you. Bai Shui Huang used the simplest and most crude words to describe the status of a divine envoy, which made Yi Tianyin laugh. It seems that after becoming a divine envoy, doesn't it mean that I can do whatever I want? Yi Tianyin said with a smile, almost, but you have to weigh the current situation. If you provoke a divine kingdom, we won't be able to guarantee your safety. Bai Shui Huang said, if he provoked any divine kingdom, how could the Phoenix clan clean up their mess? That's for sure. I never provoke others at will. It's others who provoke me. Yi Tianyin smiled. Thinking about it carefully, it's true. It can only be said that the weak are prey to the strong. They wanted to flatten Yi Tianyin, but in the end they were flattened by him. I heard that you have a grudge against the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom. So, I'll tell you the general plan. Bai Shui Huang immediately explained the general plan to Yi Tianyin. In fact, it was the same as what they discussed in the hall before. Yi Tianyin nodded and roughly understood the process. In fact, the content was very simple. For the time being, they will pretend that they don't know anything and gradually harvest the forces of the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom in secret. As for his duties, there wasn't much to do. He just had to rope them in. He didn't need to do anything. Although he was a divine envoy, he wasn't a member of the Phoenix clan, so they were embarrassed to ask Yi Tianyin for help. All they had to do was watch the seal. Before they could kill the evil soul, they just had to keep it sealed. That was all they needed to do. To put it bluntly, as long as the evil soul was stable, he could do whatever he wanted. I understand the general plan. I'll keep a low profile. Yi Tianyin knew what to do. At least for now, as long as the Phoenix clan could contain the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom, there wouldn't be any problems. Well, then I'll have to trouble you, Bai Shui Huang said. At this time, a guard quickly flew over and reported. Patriarch Ming Chun of the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom is here to see you. It seems that he rushed over as soon as he received the news. Bai Shui Huang said indifferently, well, I'll meet with him now. Patriarch, I'll go with you. Yi Tianyin thought for a moment and decided to go with her to see Ming Chin. Don't you have a grudge against him? What if he finds out? Bai Shui Huang asked doubtfully. It's okay, I have this. Tianyin took out the 100 transformation mask and put it on his face. In an instant, even Bai Shui Huang couldn't recognize him. Chapter 5:13. After Tianyin put on the mask, Bai Shui Huang looked at him from head to toe, and her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. Even Yan Er's eyes widened as she stared at him as if she didn't know him. What kind of mask is this? It's so magical. I've seen a lot of these kinds of masks, but I can easily see through them. But this one is very difficult to see through. Bai Shui Huang said in surprise, Can you give me a few more of these masks? I'm willing to pay for them. This. I only have one. Tianyin shrugged helplessly. This special item can only be used by himself, and he can't give it to others. He can give weapons and the like, but he can't give them to others. After all, these things are a bit special, and they can't be given to others at will. It's just like the evil dragon set, no one else can wear it. It's a pity if I had this kind of mask, I would be able to go out and mix with other forces at will. Bai Shui Huang shook her head. Tianyin was a little speechless and said, Patriarch, can't you just let the other clansmen do this kind of thing? Isn't it a bit too much to do it yourself? Tianyin didn't know how to do this kind of thing, so he left it to his subordinates to do it. The main thing was that there were enough people to collect a lot of information at once. I'm not just here to collect information. I want to infiltrate the innermost part of the Phoenix clan and kill all the forces that threaten the Phoenix clan. Bai Shui Huang clenched her fists, and her beautiful eyes were filled with killing intent. This killing intent scared Yan and she clung tightly to Tianyin's side. She was very sensitive to this kind of situation, so she was immediately scared. Look at you scared Yan. Tianyin patted Yan's small head. He knew that, as the patriarch of the Phoenix clan, he must be responsible for the Phoenix clan, so it's not surprising that he sneaked into some hostile forces. If it were him, he would have done the same, so there was no problem. I was thinking about something and forgot. Bai Shui Huang looked at Yan and shook her head, then immediately said, Then let's go and see what they want to say. Tianyin nodded and handed Yan over to Purin and the others to play with their companions. Then they went out to the main hall together. As soon as he entered the main hall, Tianyin immediately saw Ming Chen's hateful face, who was sitting on the side drinking fragrant tea. When Ming Chen saw them, his eyes lit up and he quickly stood up to welcome them. It is my honor to be welcomed by the patriarch personally. Ming Chen was accompanied by another strong cultivator who was at the second layer of Spirit King stage. He didn't say a word to Ming Chen and Ming Chen. Nothing. May I know why you're here? Bai Shui Huang said indifferently. It was hard to tell what she was thinking. It's nothing. I heard from the outside world that you've already resolved the issue with Phoenix Cave. I'm quite happy that it's been resolved. He wondered if the evil soul had been killed or not. Or is it just a seal? Ming Chen smiled and looked very concerned. He even had a happy expression on his face, as if he was really happy that they had solved this problem. This made Tianyin's heart full of disgust. This guy is really good at pretending. If he was so happy, why would he ask for such a high price? Wouldn't it be better to help for free? So what if it was killed? So what if it was sealed? Bai Shui Huang said indifferently, If I remember correctly, the elders in the clan told me that you asked for a sky-high price, which is really difficult for us to accept. What's the problem with coming here now? Bai Shui Huang couldn't help but say it out loud. Our price is absolutely reasonable. It's not difficult to remove the immortal fire and heavenly Yin fire, but it's difficult to kill the evil soul. Ming Chen smiled faintly and said, If it's just to remove the immortal flame, we won't ask for a high price. But to kill the evil soul, we'll have to pay a high price. The elders we send may die inside, so the price won't be low. This time, I came here to ask for the result. If the evil soul is killed, then everyone will be happy and congratulate the Phoenix clan for solving their biggest problem. But if we can't kill it and just seal it, then we will be in big trouble. I have observed it before. Even if we seal it, it will still come out later, and it will be fiercer than before. If it's not killed, we have a way to solve it, and we can reduce the price by half. After all, you have already sealed the evil soul, so it will be a little easier for us to solve it. Ming Chen looked at them with a smile. He didn't look like an enemy. He looked like a friend who wanted to help them solve the problem of the evil soul. Because they knew about the situation of the Phoenix clan, their hearts were filled with disgust. Even Yi Tianyan was disgusted. The price was even reduced by half. If they really let them go, they would be finished. Speaking of this, Ming Chen turned to look at Yi Tianyan and asked curiously, "Friend, are you the helper that you recently invited?" In fact, when Yi Tianyan came in, he could feel that Ming Chen's eyes were scanning him back and forth several times, as if he wanted to see through him. Fortunately, the 100 transformation mask could cover it up perfectly. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome. Although Ming Chen couldn't tell that it was Yi Tianyan, he could definitely tell that it was not the Phoenix clan. The 100 transformation mask could only change one's face, but it couldn't change one's race. At present, it didn't have this function, but he might be able to get it in the future. Therefore, when he saw that Yi Tianyan was a human, and when the news spread, he immediately believed that Yi Tianyan was the helper that they invited. "What's the problem?" Yi Tianyan said calmly. Although he had a grudge against him, he had not lost his mind. After all, the matter had not happened yet, so he was relatively calm for the time being. If his cultivation was higher, he would definitely have punched Ming Chen to death. Although he could kill Ming Chen together, it would lead to the attack of the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom. However, in his heart, he had already thought of some ways to deal with it. "There's no problem. I'm just asking casually. I wonder if the evil soul has been killed?" A trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes, but it disappeared in a blink of an eye. He kept asking about the evil soul because he was worried that the evil soul had been killed. If it was killed, then all his plans would be ruined. "It's dead. We've already killed it," Bai Shui Huang said indifferently. She did not tell the truth. There was no need to tell the truth to the enemy. "What? It's dead?" Ming Chen's eyes were filled with shock, and the cultivators who followed him were also shocked. They couldn't believe that the evil soul had been killed.